going? All right, if we could take our seats, I would appreciate it. All righty, thank you. It is May the 2nd. This is the year 2023. We are Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. We'll get a roll call, please, Nova.
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Jamoff? Here. Councilmember Ferlito? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. Alessandra, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done, thank you. All right, we do have some orders of extraordinary business today. One is recognizing National Public Works Week, ready and resilient. Chip, would you like to go ahead and take this?
Yeah, it's my pleasure, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. We do this on an annual basis, and actually this is the 63rd annual National Public Works Week. National Public Works Week this year is May 21st through 27th, and this year's theme is Connecting the World Through Public Works. And that doesn't just mean paving things, Bob. And this is really an opportunity to recognize the professionals in public works that focus on infrastructure, facilities, parks, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of City of Carmel-by-the-Sea. And this is a resolution on behalf of the entire council, signed by Mayor Potter and the community, recognizing again our staff and recognizing the good work that our staff and other public works professionals do to support public works projects, both here and nationally. So Bob, please, on behalf of the council and mayor, thank your staff and congratulations on another year well done.
Bob, if I just might real quickly, I'd just like to say, first of all, your men have been in harm's way an awful lot lately, your men and women. I really appreciate that. I think you all know that there's been a lot of incidences out in this community that have put men and women in harm's way. I want to thank you for taking that very seriously. It's not a casual job. Thank you, Bob. All right. Bobby Richards, as our vet on the committee, would you like to go ahead and please declare the proclamation declaring May as May Military Appreciation Month?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So it's a wonderful opportunity. Two things that will probably I've been most honored with in my life one has been serving on this council, and the other was my service at the Coast Guard, United States Coast Guard. And so with honor, I want to read this proclamation that the City of Carmel is getting for the military. Whereas for generations, individuals have proudly served our nation during times of conflict and peace, and whereas our brave servicemen and women, their families, their loved ones have made great sacrifices to protect freedoms we enjoy, and whereas these service members and veterans are true leaders in our community, we are integral to the success, advancement, and prosperity of our country, and whereas during Military Appreciation Month, we are reminded of the important role the United States Armed Forces have played in the history and development of our country and state, and of our responsibility as Americans to support and honor the selfless service of our military families. And whereas this month and throughout the year, we recognize our local service members and veterans and remember with deep gratitude the men and women who have given their lives in defense of our freedom. Now therefore be proclaimed that I, Bobby Richards, on behalf of Dave Potter, Mayor of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, on behalf of the City Council, hereby declare May 2023 as Military Appreciation Month in the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea and commend its observance to all citizens. And now I'd like to have Jerry come up, who is the commander of our American Legion.
Bobby. Well done. I would just note that the golf tournament the other day was excellent, especially given who won.
Who was that, Mayor?
We did, yeah. I had a good team. I had the Jonathan Chang from the Carmel High School the golf team was an ace. We came in first. We were 10 under. I also had another guy who was larger than I was who could hit the hell out of the ball, too. I putted a little bit, but it was a great time and a great event. Really well done. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, that noted, we'll move on then to public. No, we have the Carmel High School report out. This is going to be a monthly event now, where we have a representative from the school come forward and tell us what's been going on at the campus, so we can continue to do a better job of connecting with the campus. We're really proud of them. Thank you. Jack, good to have you.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm Jack Norman, the Associated Student Body President and Student Representative for all schools within the Carmel Unified School District. Students at all of the district schools feel very fortunate to be part of this beautiful community and are very excited about the deeper connections that are being formed between the council, the students, and the Board of Education. As you know, we have multiple sites within the district. There are 3 elementary schools, Captain Cooper and Big Sur, Tularcitos in the Valley, and River Elementary here closer to the village. We have Carmel Middle School, Carmel High School, and Carmel Valley High, and we also have our preschool and pre-kindergarten programs at Carmelo and Apple High. Starting next year, the district will also offer transitional kindergarten at River and Tularcitos and pre-kindergarten at Carmelo at no cost to families. Through our expanding partnership with the city, one of our hopes is that our events, performances, and efforts gain increased community awareness, resulting in greater community participation and attendance at events like our games, music, theater, and dance performances, club events, art exhibits, and poetry slams. We would love for the community to see firsthand the high-caliber results of the work and dedication put forth by us as students under the guidance of our world-class teachers and dedicated administration. We also hope that the city will help us find more opportunities to give back to this community that has given us so much, whether it be commercially through programs that increase awareness of local businesses, encouraging students and their families to shop locally, or work-related through intern, paid, or volunteer student efforts to help community institutions. Our district and this community promote so many incredible opportunities for us as students, academically, artistically, athletically, socially. But perhaps the most meaningful opportunities the district provides us is that from our first days of preschool to the day we receive our diplomas, students are presented with opportunities to volunteer to serve the greater community. I would like to highlight a few of these opportunities that instill in us a lifelong understanding of how meaningful it is to help others. This year, among many of our projects, preschoolers at Carmelo worked to collect gifts for families in need. River Elementary students collected food for Monterey County Food Bank. Tularcitos students had a Bobcat Family Fun Run, which raised donations for local veterans. Carmel Valley High, through its community engagements, has helped animal shelters and community members in need. Environmentally, our students work to clean beaches, restore habitat, and educate others on better environmental stewardship. For Earth Day, Tularcitos engaged not only students but their entire families to clean beaches, parks, and neighborhoods. And on a global level, the middle school also has been successful in its efforts to promote education. While education is something we have often come to take for granted, many children throughout the world still cannot go to school. This year, our middle school students were able to successfully raise enough funds to pay for a year of education for 15 young Nepali women who would not have been able to go to school without their help. This is something the middle school has been able to do to change lives for the last 15 years. District students are also instrumental in helping to facilitate major events that not only contribute to making our community an enjoyable place for people to visit from around the world, but also promote our local business and economy. Carmel students volunteer to help the Pebble Beach Pro-Am concessions and also volunteered as scorekeepers and standard bearers at other professional and collegiate tournaments. And this weekend, Captain Cooper Elementary contributed 50 volunteers to help make the Big Sur Marathon a success. They manned aid station number 1, and they needed every volunteer available because it is the first station, and when the runners reach it, it is a 45-minute stampede. One event which demonstrates the level of work and involvement that goes into these efforts is last week's Empty Bowls event at the high school. This special event started over 10 years ago, but this was the first time it was able to resume since the pandemic. For this event, 21 local restaurants provided soup, bread, and dessert. Over 300 students handcrafted custom-made bowls for the event, each a unique work of art. For a $20 donation, those attending received dinner and chose a bowl to take home with them. Students set up, served, and cleaned. Entertainment was provided by the Bubba Pickens Band and the High School Singer and Songwriters Guild, and hundreds of pieces of amazing student artwork were on display. With 100% of the donations going to the Monterey County Food Bank, through this event, the school raised over $9,000 to combat food shortages and food insecurities in our county. This is just a small sample of the ways the district and its students have worked to help our community. Opportunities for volunteerism increase each year for students, and by the time they reach their high school years, Carmel High School and Carmel Valley High students alone are providing over 13,000 hours of volunteer service each year. Aside from the direct benefits they bring to the community, these outreach opportunities bring great benefits to us as students. They give us a sense of community, a sense of being able to make a positive impact in the world, and a sense of being a part of something larger than ourselves. We really appreciate the work that goes into organizing these community outreach programs to allow us to help others and to better connect us with our community, with each other, and with ourselves. We are very much looking forward to working with you and the city to discover more opportunities to give back and continue to serve our community. Thank you.
Jack, extremely well said. Thank you.
And I've got copies of the Sandpiper here for each of you if you guys would like to read them. It's our student newspaper at the high school.
Thank you, Jack. It's well done. Very impressive.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Well done.
I don't know if any of you have ever read this paper, but it is a really dynamic paper. So thank you, Jack.
May I make a comment?
Yeah, please.
You know, I worked on the Big Sur Marathon all weekend as well, and there were hundreds of young people volunteering, even at Marathon Village, and I'm sure many more out on the course. And it is wonderful for me to see so many young people being involved through Carmel Cares and other things in our village, because we're all growing older, and we need to replace ourselves with the enthusiasm that we have shared for our community over the years. And I can't think of any better way than to involve our youth. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of us for that involvement.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, this will be a great relationship. I think it's important that we go ahead and accentuate what is going on in the younger population. We get a lot of older folk in town here, but I really do think that it's important that we get the youth involved. So thank you so much, guys. Why don't we then go on to public appearances items? This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. A 3-minute limitation on that testimony. If you'd state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Speaking of older people, I would like to address, this is Carol Hall, and thank you for the opportunity to do this. I would like to address the comments from residents of Carmel, the drinking from a fire hose feeling created by our city government, everywhere, everything, all at once. We do appreciate that things appear to be getting addressed, some after prior years of indecision. However, it has been expressed by many that this maelstrom of issues before us may serve to overwhelm, if not silence, resident voices. Examples of topics for discussion are housing, as we know, parking, the Scout House, design guidelines, design review board, ADU ordinance, the PIT approval, addresses on houses, the budget involving many issues, cell towers, etc., etc. A few of these items are interdependent and rely on each other for some decision-making down the road. Can we stop and address problems that have deadlines first, get some breathing space, and allow both the council and the public to absorb the topics to be able to speak intelligently about issues? After all, even though the vast majority of residents admittedly have not shown tremendous interest in attending meetings until today, on these important activities of late, they should be interested, and they often surface to complain after the fact because they really do care. Wait until they see the parking signs and kiosks and cell towers start to proliferate through our village. Wait until most of the small cottages are replaced by big boxes. Locals will not be happy then, but by then it will be too late for our village in the forest, won't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next speaker. Don't be shy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Beth Bowman with the Sunset Cultural Center, here to give a brief update. Our income year-to-date Q3 is just under $2 million, with expenses at 1.9. So we anticipate ending the year at a positive net, adding to our overall fund balance. I'm pleased to report that the center is thriving this spring. We just had a sold-out audience for David Sedaris. We expect to complete the Sunset Presents season on a high note with the ELO experience, Ted Allen in partnership with Visit Carmel's Culinary Week, and everybody's favorite, Chris Bodie. Our North Ring is also busy with users. We recently had the Carmel Garden Club's flower show down in Carpenter Hall. So please mark your calendars for May shows in the theater coming up. Youth Music Monterey on May 14th, the Electric Light Orchestra Experience on May 17th, Monterey Symphony's Elemental May 20th and 21st, and the Dance Center's Recital Showcase on May 28th. There are a number of community events too, all free to the public. Terrace Hour, concerts on the Sunset Terrace stage on the first Friday in 3 Fridays in May and June, starting this Friday with Peter Martin, 6 o'clock, then following the next 2 Fridays with the Dead Cassettes and Magenta Spreen, all local arts groups. Now showing in the Marjorie Evans Gallery, colorful art from Sally Russell on display, opening tomorrow through July 4th, with an opening reception on May 10th from 5 to 7 p.m. We're also proud to sponsor the Carmel Farmers Market third Thursday stage this month on the fourth Thursday, May 25th, will be the beekeepers on stage. So keep an eye out for our 20th anniversary Sunset Presents season announce on June 1st. Tickets will go on sale first to members and to the public on June 21st. We appreciate your ongoing support and look forward to seeing you all at the Sunset Center soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
My name is Julie Kenner, and thank you all for listening. I think the room is filled with many other members that are here to voice our concern about the sudden and abrupt closure of Carmel Youth Center. This is an extraordinary asset for the city of Carmel. As we all know, there are more young families moving in with children, and many of us are working families. I myself am a single parent, and I have a small business where I employ 6 others. I'm also a veteran, by the way. And it was really a very big shock to all of us who depend on the CYC, not only for developing these young people who are learning volunteerism at very early stages and learning to love this beautiful city that I think as adults we all adore, and it's so different from every other place. And it just happened so suddenly and for reasons that we really did not get good communication for. I put a piece in the Carmel Pinecone as a letter to the editor last week, and so I think some of my words are there, and I want to give a chance to the children to speak, but I just want to emphasize how important this is, and if we could learn what the issues are regarding the closure, I think a lot of us would love to help in any way we can. I'm a dermatologist. It's a little out of my bandwidth to produce a shovel-ready proposal to do the fixes I think that are required, but we are here to support that because I think the city loves it as much as we do, and we are anxious to have that come back. So I'm going to put the podium up to my daughter here. This is Abby Rose Kenner.
Hi, my name is Abby. I've gone to CYC for 2 years or more, and the staff are kind of like a second family to me. Oh, oops, okay. When CYC closed, it was like somebody switched off a light switch, and we were all stuck in the dark. CYC is part of my life. My mom can't pick me up after school because her work ends at 4:30 or later. So we usually stay at CYC for 2 to 3 hours, but they pass by like minutes. Lots of my friends go there, so it's like having a hangout where all your friends are invited. They also help with homework and studying. They have a cool activities and you're never bored. So please keep CYC open.
Thank you, Abby. Great testimony.
Hi, my name is Quinn, and I think CYC is a good place for kids that can't get picked up. I have lots of friends like Abby and Elle that I made at CYC. I like it because of their staff and the activities. We have lots of fun activities, such as scavenger hunts. We also go downtown. I had a lot of fun there, and the staff helped us with homework. And my parents, I have to stay home alone, which is a new experience for me because my parents work until 6 and my sister has orchestra at the high school.
Thank you. Great job.
Hi, my name is Ella. I am here to say that CYC shouldn't close because CYC is a great place and feels like a second family to me. And I have made many friends at CYC, two of which have come here today to help CYC not close down. I something that opening CYC back up is, I know that opening CYC back up is expensive, but if CYC meant the same amount to you as it does to me, then I know that you would have no hesitation to reopen CYC. So please reopen CYC.
Thank you, Ella. Very impressive.
Hello, my name is Noah Brunn, and I've been going to CYC for 1.5 years. And in that time, I have met many people, and one of which is now my best friend. And since CYC closed, I have not been able to see him. I also think that would be really good for other kids that go to CYC for it to open again. After CYC, I take a jiu-jitsu class that takes place there, and since CYC closed, my sensei had nowhere to teach. So me and my dad could not practice. CYC also felt like a second home for me, and it was not fair that it had to suddenly go away. And that is why I want CYC to reopen.
You know, a nice projection. Next, please.
Hi, my name's Talia Peelman. I used to go to the CYC. It was my first job for the summer. I used to work for volunteer hours there, and since there is no other place for me to go, it was going to be my first job for the summer. Yeah, it was a really nice place.
Thank you. Well said. Most impressive. Duet.
Hi, I'm Kaya Newman.
And I'm Penny Reeser.
And we think that we really want the CYC to reopen because we just go there after school, and we've been doing summer camps there and volunteering and going to parents' night out, and it's also it really helped our parents too because they work after school, and it just allows us to have a place to go and hang out with our friends after school, and it's really fun. Yeah.
Also, CYC is a place to get away from your problems. They can also help with your schoolwork, and over the summer, if you have nothing to do, they open summer camps for you to go to and do activities and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, is that it?
Safe to enter.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Michael McWalters, Scenic Road 2 north of 11th. How are you? Good. First, I want to thank the city for the thoughtful approach they're using in writing the wireless telecom ordinance. I also want to thank Carmel Cares for sponsoring carmelunderground.org because it highlights the dangers of exposure to radio frequency radiation. On August the 13th in 21, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Children's Health website, Children's Health Defense, was announced that he emerged victorious in his suit against the Federal Communications Commission. Children's Health Defense prevailed in their lawsuit, and they won, and the FCC lost. Why did the FCC lose this lawsuit? The Federal Communications Commission lost because they failed to respond to record evidence that exposure to radio frequency radiation at levels below the FCC's current limits cause negative health effects, which include headaches, tinnitus, cognitive impairment, fatigue, sleep disturbances, inability to go to sleep, anxiety, depression, infertility, immunosuppression, vertigo, nausea. And what's this called? This is called, the people who have this reaction to radio frequency radiation are called electromagnetically sensitive. And the estimates are that up to 30% of the population is electromagnetically sensitive. So the U.S. Court of Appeals found the FCC did not properly examine the evidence of long-term exposure to wireless radio frequency radiation and its impact on children, people who were injured by the wireless antenna radiation, and its impact to the developing brain, the reproductive system, and to wildlife and to the environment. So it's interesting. Carmel-by-the-Sea has about 3,120 residents. And if this number is correct, up to 30% of this of our residents are electromagnetically sensitive. So what's that number? That's 936 of our neighbors may be electromagnetically sensitive, meaning that they're going to get all those things or some of those symptoms that I just listed. And why is this important? It's important because right now we're in the process of writing our ordinance. We need to make it as restrictive as we can. We have Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal decisions that work in helping us do that. We have the 96 Telecom Act, which gives us the authority to decide where we get to put our cell towers. And most importantly, we have the mobile PCS versus San Francisco, which gives us the right to require these wireless companies to prove that they have a significant gap in service. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Thank you. Go Bears.
Hi, my name is Katie Healy. I also have children that attend CYC. I am a former Los Alton Parks and Recs Commissioner. I can appreciate how long public comment goes on, so I'm now a resident in Carmel, and we'll keep this brief. I did send a letter to you, as I wasn't sure if I would make it to this meeting, but I put a request in my letter because I think it's easier to respond to actual requests, and that request was that you would consider adding CYC to a future agenda, just so to kind of reiterate Dr. Kenner's sentiments, that we can understand what actually is going on and what actions we might be able to take. And I did just want to mention, aside from my experience of listening to public comments, I do also work in senior housing, which makes me, I think, uniquely situated to have some insight into the challenges facing aging populations. And one of the big ones right now is staff shortages, home health aides, people to work in the senior housing communities that I deal with all the time. And I think that for people past the active parenthood years, CYC provides the service of freeing up those of us who do work to work in these services that benefit the population regardless of what age you are in. So I do think this is a community issue and hope you'll consider adding it to a future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council and staff. My name's John Plastini. I'm one of the faces behind the kids you see behind me here. And I think I wanted to wait and see how this turned out, and I have some comments to make. I just want to get everyone an idea. I've been on the board for 6 years. I served as vice president. I'm in charge of the facilities right now. And a lot of the public don't understand that the CYC, we're a nonprofit, 5013C. We run the youth center. We have a board of directors, okay? And the city doesn't run the youth center, okay? You're not the bad guys here, okay? We're here to serve the community. I have for a number of years now. And as far as the way it works, the city owns the dirt. We own the land. We're responsible for the operations, the maintenance, and the improvements on the building. We run the programming. As far as with the building itself, a little history. We've got 10,000 square feet. It's multi-level, 5 levels. It's a gem of a property, but it needs some improvements for the entire community. Right now, we were serving the youth. We got a little trouble with the state, as you know, and we're trying to correct that. I need to emphasize one thing. This is not the city's property. Other than that, it's the community's youth center. It's for the kids. We need the support from the community. Some of the other things that we think about the youth center, it's not only for the kids. We have Forest Theater Guilds comes in, uses our facility. We have martial arts. Carmel Public Library holds a book fair every year. We have dance classes, exercise classes, Carmel High reunions, birthday parties, community events. The list goes on and on. I don't speak for the whole board, but it hurts me to see these kids up here because I take a lot of responsibility for that youth center, and they should be there now, and they're not. And the doors are closed, and it's closed because of we got shut down by the state, but they don't understand that, okay? Our goal here should be not blame. We should all focus as a community to get that youth center back open. We need a couple of things. The city has been the greatest supporter of the youth center. We're going to ask more of you. We need to get the community involved. We need people to serve on the board. We need financial assistance right now to get the youth center up and running. We do have a plan. I look at city charter there where it says resident serving. The kids are residents, okay? There's a saying I like to say that, we like to preserve the past. Well, in order to preserve the past, you have to invest in the future. What's the greatest investment than our kids?
Thank you, John. Appreciate the clarification. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Michael Blackburn, and as about a month ago, I ran the self-defense program at the Carmel Youth Center. Most of these kids here are my students. I have a couple of my black belts here with me, and I really believe that the children need this type of training. It gives them character, confidence building. Most of the parents take class with the kids, and so it's really a family involvement in the club. And we don't only serve the community of Carmel, we have people from Carmel Valley, Pacific Grove, Monterey, Seaside, Marina that come to this class. And I really think it's an important program. There's 7 black belts that are registered with the CYC. All 7 of us have an FBI, a DOJ background check done on us. And I've been doing martial arts for 52 years. I still have the passion I did 52 years ago. And to see these kids, to grow and get strong physically, mentally, that's my payment. The 7 of us black belts, we volunteer our time to the community of Carmel. We don't make a penny doing this. We do it because it's in our heart. And I know with the kids, there's a hole in their heart because they don't have this program. And before I choke up anymore, I think I've kind of evaded what I need to say. And I want to thank the kids for their kind words, and Dr. Kenner for her support, my black belts for their support. So, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Brian Congleton. I think most of you know me. I've been working as an architect with the Youth Center for the past 6 years. Actually, I've been working with the Youth Center since 1993, but on this master plan project for the last 6 years. And we have been struggling within a very limited budget to look at how we can take a building that really hasn't had a lot done to it since it was built in 1949 and bring it up to current standards. When you go up there and you see the kids playing, you know that the building is serving well. And you also know when you look around that it wants an improved vertical circulation system so that all of the levels can easily interact with one another. You know that it wants heat, ventilation, air conditioning in the gymnasium, which gets hot in the summer. You know that all the different aspects of exiting and restrooms and the kitchen and things that the staff, the now past staff, unfortunately, had in mind: cooking school, gardening classes, crafts classes, trips to the park. You'd like to see all those things happen in a good facility. They need your help. And they need your help now, and this unfortunate event, which I don't think was intended to shut the youth center. I think when this thing was originally written, it was intended to allow the youth center to properly certify and get under state standards, and it kind of backfired on everybody. But this is an opportunity for the entire community to get behind the youth center, and it really starts with you, because this is Carmel's Youth Center, and just as the Carmel School District high school rep just told you regarding all of the efforts that all of the students are making throughout the school district and how those relate to you, the youth center with the young kids after school, during vacations, summer camps, do the same thing. They need the facilitation, and the board and the youth center need financial support. I have to say, between when this was announced a couple of weeks ago and now, city staff have bent over backwards to work with the youth center staff and the state to figure out how to answer all of whatever concerns were originally expressed and get this center open again. And I know, and I thank the city for doing that, because that's major, major step forward. But if you could lead the way to the community, if you can show your support, let's say, for example, this is a warming center for the city. Let's say the city decides to contribute the cost of the heating and ventilation system to make it a warming center. And by doing that, you challenge the private entities and the grant funds and the donors and the construction people to do this. They need your help, and you can give it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Next speaker. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Hi, Mayor Potter, council members. My name is Brian Sowers. I'm a resident of Carmel and a Forest and Beach Commissioner. I wanted to at least put in the public record, I know it was in our Forest and Beach Committee meeting, to thank the Public Works Department and the Forestry Department for the outstanding job they did in the last 3 months, given the storms that we've had and the cleanup they've done and the permit ability they did. They just did an outstanding job, and hats off to that team. In addition, I wanted to support Carmel Cares' current letter from Shirley Moon about the trash situation we've got going down on Carmel Beach. In addition to that, I have a concern as a commissioner that we do not have the ramp in place for emergency vehicles to get down to the beach with the upcoming summer season in place. In addition, there is a lot of marine debris down on the beach that needs to be pulled out and away, and there's no way to get at it without having some ramp down to the beach. There is a lot of erosion going on in our beach dune area, and I know in the month of May, early June in the past, at least last year, we did bring in a tractor to move sand around the Del Mar and the volleyball court area to cover up the sandstone. We've got that same issue going on now between Del Mar and 8th Street, where we've got the dunes falling away and the sandstone is being protruded out from erosion. I know as a part of our Coastal Commission plan, we have a study going on that's going to address sand movement. I don't know when that will be completed, but I think it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that we've got a serious problem down on the beach right now with sand erosion, and we need to, in some way, shape, or form, get some kind of sand remediation up against those dunes, clear out a lot of the marine debris that's down there, and fix that emergency ramp down to the beach, at least for the summer season. If we have any emergencies where we've got to get a fire truck or something down on the beach for any water issues, we're not going to be able to do it until that ramp's completed. Thank you.
Brian, thank you. Thank you for your work in the commission, too. I appreciate that. Next speaker.
Hi, council members. I'm Tom Nonella. I'm a teacher and student of Michael Blackburn in the martial arts program. And I'm here in support of keeping the youth center open and the martial arts self-defense class alive. The class is a great benefit to the students as well as the community. We have always taught our students in a very family-oriented way, helping others and the families. Discipline is a big part of martial arts, and in teaching, we put a lot of emphasis on this. Children and adults we teach learn not only self-defense, but a lot of lessons on how to stay out of confrontations and to treat each other as brothers and sisters. Learning self-defense, self-confidence is a big part of our lessons. We are and have always been nonprofit and pay no attention to race, color, or religion. Please consider supporting our class positively. Thank you for your support.
Thank you much. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor, City Administrator, council members. Many of you know me. I lived in Carmel for over 40 years, and I grew up in East LA, where the biggest thing of after school was to get home without getting in a fight. So the importance of this class is not only to teach these kids self-defense, but to teach them some honor, some facilities that they can go to and learn something that we've taught. I'm 78 years old. I don't need to be doing this. We do this for the love. We all volunteer. We want them to be good individuals. God knows what's going on in this world, but if we can make a small percentage of these kids go forward and do something that's incredibly good, I think it's a good thing. I don't know what input you have for keeping the center open. I've seen the facility. My son used it when he was a kid, and it's a great item. I mean, you can't have this happening in LA, I know. So if we have an input or we can do something, the community will volunteer. I guarantee you you'll have parents behind whatever you want to do. And I thank you for listening.
For those who don't know your name, can we get your name for the record?
Okay.
No, sir. Thank you.
My name?
Yeah.
Michael Kovac, Dave.
Michael, I knew that. I just want to make sure those who didn't know you were able to recognize
Thank you,
you.
Dave.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Good afternoon, Mayor Potter and members of the council. I'm here on a different topic. I'm changing subjects. I hope that's okay. My name is Patricia Harrington, and I come this afternoon to share some concerns about the parking and congestion program. I was able to go to the first public hearing that they had this week. Our family owns a little cottage that is at 3 north of Ocean on the west side of Monteverde. So if you look at the map, it's immediately next door to the Tally Ho Inn and is the first property that is in the R1 zone. As such, we're restricted by the R1 zone, and it is a designated historic property. It's a little tiny cottage. You probably never even noticed it. It's so tiny and quiet. We've stayed quiet for our whole lives, and now it's time to make a little bit of noise. The house was built in the 1920s, and our family has owned it since the 1930s. Numerous family members have lived there, worked in the neighborhoods, been part of the community, and we've been fortunate to be able to keep that going for a long time. I happened to be here and find out about the PACS program, and I did go to the meeting yesterday. And currently, our residential parking is by permit for residents is by permit only from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. every day. So in the night, we're able to get a parking space in front of our home. We were told at the meeting that what would happen under the new plan would be that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, parking could take place in front of our house for someone who would be paying $20 in order to stay there for that period of time and then not have to move after that. That those public parking spaces would be, residential parking spaces would be eliminated. We know from working, very cooperatively with our neighboring inns that they do not have the number of parking spaces that they need right now. They already have more rooms than parking spaces. Should this paid parking in front of our house occur, they would be able to use those parking spaces for their customers. I'm very concerned that free parking for residents would be completely gone, and it would become paid parking through the inns, and we would be losing that, and it would be a business situation. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because it's very frightening for us right now. I also wanted to bring to your attention a little bit about the process. I know someone was bringing up, and it's pretty easy to tell, you have a lot of things on your plate of what's going on. I just happened to find out about PACs. It's been very difficult. I went to the planning department. They didn't know where to send me. They sent me to the police department. I went to the police department. I read this week's 2 papers. There's no notice in either paper. So the word is not getting out. It was stated at the meeting that notices were sent to every post office box. I'd like to note, I don't know what the percentage of people who are second homeowners is, but it's quite high. And along Monteverde Street, it's quite high. Second homeowners do not have post office boxes. We are not getting notification. We got notification today in the mail about a project on San Carlos and 6th, I think, but we didn't get notification about paid parking. So there are processes, planning processes that could be employed through this project that are currently not being employed that I would encourage you to look at. I think the outreach is inconsistent.
If you could summarize, I'd appreciate it. Your 2-3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck to you. You clearly have a lot on your plate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Amy Herzog with Visit Carmel. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to bring to your attention and to the attention of the public an upcoming event that we have going on June 2nd through 10th. It's the Carmel-by-the-Sea Culinary Week. We're really excited because we've kind of revamped and rescheduled this event, and we've made it much more of a kind of a village-wide festival atmosphere. So we've got a kickoff party at the Carmel Plaza. We've got a family movie night at the Forest Theater. We've got a Ted Allen from Chopped event at the Sunset Center, and we're kind of ending the week with the Monterey Winemaker Celebration on Dolores. In addition to that, we have more than 30 restaurants that will be participating in the event. We are pulling all the details together now, but in the coming weeks, you'll be able to see more about what these 30 restaurants will be offering during the course of this time, from special curated menus, special offers, and individual educational events and things like that. So just wanted to put it out there. You'll probably start seeing a lot of our marketing coming out in our local papers and media. We're just really excited to invite not just visitors, but also local residents to come support and celebrate our culinary community. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next speaker. Yeah, let's not be shy. It's
Good afternoon, Mayor Potter, Mayor Pro Tem Richards, council members Verlito, Dramoth, and Barron, and Chair Prorig, the city administrator. Thank you for your time and your consideration. My name is Sigel Lomas. I am the board chair for the Carmel Chamber of Commerce. As I'm sure you're aware, the Carmel Chamber just celebrated its 100th year this past October. And our relationship with the city goes back decades, with our collaboration gaining strength over the recent years. We value that relationship. Our relationship with the Carmel residents and the Residents Association is stronger than ever. We're forging a stronger relationship with Visit Carmel and how we continue to support the guests of Carmel-by-the-Sea. All in all, we're building a stronger relationship while collaborating on new ventures that will be exciting for the community, businesses, and the city. We are aware that we're asking for more money this year, and I'm sure you're asking why. First, we are looking to return to the funding level from the city dating back.
Yeah. So I hate to do this, but this is actually related to the budget. We're having a budget review item. It's an agendized item. This is an opportunity for people to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
How about if I go take a seat and return, and I'll pick up where I left.
That sounds good. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to speak? Neil, move it.
Why am I always last? My name is Neil Cruz. I'm sorry, I didn't have the 3 hours to write my 3-minute speech today, so I'm just going to wing it. You guys, you remember the 2016 committee? I was the chairman of the 2016 committee, years 90, 91. We spent 2 years. That report went everywhere. It went to Europe, it went to other countries. And that entire report ended up as a warning, because what we saw coming was what scared us. And we said, what is coming is going to kill Carmel if we don't give everything we've got to fighting it. And we ended with this paragraph written in 1991. While fulfilling its charge to look forward toward that year, and to dream of Carmel tomorrow, this committee spent considerable time addressing the realities of Carmel today. The members are seriously concerned that if the changes which have occurred over the last 25 years continue for the next 25 years, Carmel tomorrow, with no dreams either expressed or sought, may well emerge as a nightmare instead. And the trends are here, and they are bearing down on us from 10 different directions at the same time. We're getting hit with parking, we're getting hit with housing, we're getting hit with modern style architecture, and the residents are overwhelmed. Just one of these issues would take half their time, but 10 of them, they don't know where to start. Please, is there any way we can back some of this off so that the residents can actually participate in a meaningful way? That is my one request. I remember then came the consultants. What is it about all these consultants? We always used our own people. I mean, one of them is in this room, or he was, Brian Congleton. He gave his heart and soul, to the Forest Theater, only to be replaced by a consultant. This happened time and time again. Now our firehouse and fire and ambulance services, those are outsourced. And then that big meeting that we had that one night about the Sunset Center, and 50 residents stood up and said, no, let us run it. Next day it was already decided, nope, the residents are out, the consultants were in, and they took over the Sunset Center. When are we going to start running our own town? When are we going to make our own decisions? When are we going to take back the control that we once had? Isn't that the job of the city council? That's what it used to be, defending us against the trends. Please help us. Now, we know you have to do the housing ordinance. We know that. We got to do that, okay, because there could be significant financial damage. But after that, if we don't put everything we've got into fighting all these changes, the cell tower issues, all this, we're not going to make it, you guys. And all the work that we're doing will be for nothing. You had 529 homes this year, and 1,000 next year? You honestly think this is going to look like Carmel? We've got to fight this. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. So anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Good evening, Mayor Potter, council members, staff. My name is Brian Charlington. I'm here on something completely different. I sit on the board for Legal Services for Seniors, and on May 20th of this year is our Chow Chipino, which is a major fundraiser for Legal Services for Senior. And Legal Services for Seniors provides free pro bono legal work for seniors 65 and over throughout Monterey County. The reason I bring it to your attention, housing is a huge concern for seniors, and we do a lot of work in landlord-tenant eviction cases. So I just wanted to apprise you of that event, and because our committee, our development committee chair has tasked me with fundraising, and I would never want to disappoint Mary Ann Leffel. I want to switch the tables, and instead of you asking me for money as politicians, I'd like to ask you as politicians for money. I've got raffle tickets. I'll be here all night long, so when you get a chance, stop by. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Okay, is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Okay, I'm going to take an off chance that this might be the last speaker. If she isn't, would somebody please queue up behind her? We could save a little travel time.
Don't worry, I'll sweep the leg on the way out. We got the jiu-jitsu guys here, right? My name's Lindsay Peelman, and I moved here in, I think, 2016, the end of 2016. And this is a really hard community to break into. it just is. You know, people have lived here forever. And so my daughter's first grade teacher had first walked me to the youth center. I went on a field trip with her, and we went to the 100th tree, and she counts the trees. And I gave her a book when my daughter finished first grade, because she just reminded me of like Richard Scarry's, you know, Richard Scarry's little town. And so she would go, and we'd go visit the police and the fire people, and then we would end at the youth center. And so Miss Galuli is who it is. She would take these kids in first grade to the youth center and show it to them and tell them, like, hey, you can come here. This is a really cool place. You could volunteer here. You might be able to work here one day. And so my daughter, my older daughter that you heard from, and my younger daughter started going to the youth center when we first got here. I had to go back to work. This is an expensive place to live. And so I was able to get childcare. And then I was able to get my master's degree. And then I was able to get my doctorate while I was working a job. And it was because of a place like the youth center that had affordable childcare that I was able to do those things. And now I am in your community as a college professor. When I got to Carmel, I didn't have a path to do that, right? So then the board welcomed me. And so not only was the youth center a place for my kids, but it was also a place for me. I was able to make friends. I was able to meet parents. And so it's been amazing to be on the board for the last few years. And so with serving on the board, you know, we take our fiduciary responsibility really seriously. We made sure that when we got a legal letter from the government, I work for the government, we listened to the letter, we did what we had to do. We gave the community back their money that they had paid for childcare. We paid and made sure that we paid the payroll and paid all of our staff the money. And we made sure that we were following the law. And so, you know, we come to you to ask for help to keep this place open. I can tell you that being the one that had to close the youth center down that week was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my life. So, you know, I ask that you support us in trying to get the building heat. That would be awesome. From what I understand, it's not had heat since I actually lived here. Believe it or not, yet it's a warming center for our community. You know, we really need ADA stairs. We've had people in wheelchairs in there before where they're not able to use the whole building. This is something that, you know, as a community, we should take care of people and make sure that they can do that. And then, you know, we really ask for some financial support from the city. So, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All righty, now I'm going to assume that was the last speaker since nobody queued up. All right, is anybody in Zoom world wanting to speak? Nova.
We have Janice Bradner.
Yeah.
Good evening. The residents are experiencing deja vu all over again because after several failed attempts, the city is trying to shove paid parking down the throats of the residents again. We've learned time and time again that kiosks and signage are not friendly and not part of the fabric of our village. But let's examine the program's priorities. Reduce traffic congestion. And that might be true in the downtown because people who do not want to pay for parking will be flocking into the residential neighborhoods. Improved on-street parking availability in the business district. How will on-street parking availability be improved if someone decides to pay for 3 or 4 or 8 hours? Reduce use of on-street parking by the area's employees. What is to keep an employee from paying for parking in the downtown all day? Or worse yet, they'll be forced into parking into the residential areas where parking is already impacted because garages at most houses only provide for a single car. Improve pedestrian and bicyclist safety. That might be true in the downtown, but if people are meandering around the residential districts searching for an available space, it makes things much more dangerous for the residents walking or riding around town. Favorably impact excessive traffic noise in the business districts, maybe, but it'll increase excessive traffic noise in the residential districts. Reduce local tailpipe emissions. We would really like to see the empirical data you have on that particular claim. Minimize tourist/employee parking spillover into the neighborhoods. There's no way to do that with the current proposal. Anyone who does not want to pay for parking is going to be driving around the residential districts looking for a space to park. Entice locals to frequent local businesses. The residents already frequent local businesses because they're an integral part of our community. But the question is, what about Carmel residents who are outside the city limits, like people who live in Carmel Woods or The Point? I think the businesses will see a vast reduction of business from those locals because they can park for free at Del Monte, or worse yet, order on Amazon. It seems like your motivation is purely mercenary. If you want to increase revenue, please hire a couple more parking control officers and actually monitor the parking in the downtown. That would increase revenue and not impact the residential districts like the current proposal will. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Was there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Nova.
Yes, somebody's phone number ending in 941.
941, you've got the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Potter and City Council members. This is Christy Hollenbeck. You had some very touching presentations on the Youth Center. It's a gathering place for the community, and it's really so important. Thank you all for giving such great presentations. I agree that we should find a way to keep the Youth Center open. As a longtime full-time resident and homeowner, I care deeply about keeping the charm and beauty of Carmel. Land use and zoning should be decided by our city. A one-size-fits-all policy by the state is simply not acceptable for our world-renowned, beautiful, charming, 1 mile square little city. California is eliminating local democracy with the new bill SB 423, which says the public doesn't get a hearing. If we lose control of our land use and zoning, we could lose the very soul of our city. If the city is simply going to rubber stamp anything that developers put before them, what reason do we have to even be a city? How can we protect the character of our village if we can't decide what projects are appropriate and what projects are not appropriate? I'm going to take a wild guess and say that most residents do not want a multiplex housing project built next door to their single-family home. I don't think anyone is opposed to low-income housing. However, densification does not increase affordability, and it is not the best solution. California is very large, and it has lots of available land to build on. If we want homes to be more affordable, does it make any sense to squeeze them into areas with the highest land prices? Did you know that the reason the state believes that they are allowed to step in and tell us what to do with our zoning is because they declared a state of emergency over the housing crisis? I found that fact very interesting. Many cities are joining together and saying no to state overreach. I hope you join them by signing the referendum on the agenda. On the parking proposal, paid parking is difficult and intimidating for many residents to use. I've heard stories of machines not working properly. I heard a gentleman say that while he was paying for parking, he put his credit card in the machine several times and it kept saying an error has occurred. Then he noticed that he had several emails with receipts for parking transactions that he had just paid for. He said contacting customer service was a huge pain and straightening it out was a huge headache. People do not want more problems, stresses, and headaches. Many businesses in Scranton, Pennsylvania feel that business has slowed down significantly after installing parking kiosks. They feel paid parking is a deterrent to visitors. Paid parking will likely push parking into residential zones, and the residents do not want that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the testimony. Is anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, is there anybody else in the room here wishing to speak? One last call. Are you coming up to speak, or are you?
I'm coming up to speak.
Well, then let's not.
I'm not speaking yet.
Okay. All righty, I'm going to close the public comment period. Thank you all for your testimony. That is the most testimony we've had in the entire time I've been here. Very impressive and well behaved too. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's go to city administrators' reports, and then Chip, what do you got? Any announcements?
Not a lot, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. No additions or deletions or changes to the agenda. You do have all the correspondence that did come in from the public at the dais for you, and the PowerPoint presentations, obviously, as well. And just a reminder that even though we're introducing the budget tonight, we'll answer questions of council, and Max will go into this in great detail. We do have a study session on the budget on May 16th. So get your questions in, take a look at the budget, call us, ask questions of us interpersonally, via email, telephone, text, what have you, and we're happy to try to answer them. So that's what I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on then, Brian Perrick, City Attorney.
Yes, I wanted to announce that there's no reportable action from the closed sessions that we held yesterday.
Picking up some time here. All righty. To my right, council members' comments. Bobby Richards.
No, sir.
To my left. Jeff. Alessandra.
No.
Karen.
I would just like to request that if the sound could be turned up, I don't know. I'm having a very hard time hearing the people on Zoom.
Yes, ma'am. We'll try. Joel, if you can turn up the volume, that'd be great. Thank you. Or Nova, can you do that from your station? Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. We'll do our best.
So I will just comment that I was fortunate enough last Friday to go ahead and meet with John and Lindsay, I think it was, from the CYC to say that I was the mayor. As the mayor, I am concerned about the situation there. I want to express the fact that I will go ahead and make my efforts available to serve as a conduit between the community, recognizing that we're not in the child care business ourselves, but we do have a responsibility, I think, to go ahead and help where we can. So I just want to let you know that I will be meeting with John and Don Freeman on Monday, talk about some outreach for funding possibilities. We need a plan, though. We cannot go ahead and just capriciously say we're going to go and help this organization, but it needs help desperately. We need to know what the plan is. We need to know what the funding expectations are. We need to know how we're going to move this forward. So that said, that's it. All right, so now let's move on to the consent calendar. There's 11 items on the consent calendar. Is there any member of council wishing to pull an item?
Yes, item 8.
All right, what do you want, item 8? All right, is that for direction or comment, or is it for comment?
Discussion.
Okay. Anybody else on council? Anybody in the public wishing to pull an item from consent calendar? All right, seeing no one, bring it back for council. Would you have a motion then to move 1 through 7, 9 through 11, with the omission of 8?
I'll make the motion to move 1 through 7, and 10, and 11.
All righty. And 9.
Oh, 9. I'm sorry, 9 and 9.
We have a motion. We have a second. The motion and a second. No, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramall?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All righty. So Jeff, you pulled item number 8.
Yes, thank you. Resolution 2023-48 is sponsored by a group, California Cities for Local Control, which is a group that is actively advocating for the suspension of the arena process. And I realize that, our community, like every community in the state of California, wants to have control over its local zoning. But the result of the first 5 sessions, the first 5 rounds of the arena process, 1 through 5, we're now in round 6, is that the state, along with most of the rest of the country, is experiencing a very severe housing shortage. And I know that communities, want to stay the same. But I also know that communities in the state need to provide housing for people that live here. And what we see in our streets, if not in Carmel, what we see in Monterey and what we see in Salinas and what we see in San Francisco and Los Angeles, admittedly not here, but parts of the community, parts of the state that are part of our community, is an unprecedented level of homelessness and an unprecedented level of people that cannot afford to live in the communities in which they work or near the communities in which they work. And during the housing discussion, for example, there's been a lot of talk about the short distance of the commute from, say, people that work in town to people that live in Marina, that make their way into town. And what I would ask for those community members that think that the commute from Marina to Carmel is a piece of cake would be that you go out into Seaside or Monterey at 8 o'clock in the morning and watch the the traffic on Highway 1 that is at a standstill. These commutes are they may be 10 miles, but they are 45 minutes or an hour. And the fact is that this unwillingness of communities to build housing has just resulted in dislocations for everyone who is not as privileged as we in this room are to live here, and affects the businesses in town that can't find people to work here. It just affects all natures. So going back to this resolution, which basically seeks to undermine the RHNA process, I think, I've said this before, we as a state, we as a community, and we as a county, and we as a state are in the business of providing good lives for everyone that lives here. And the views that express that we do not need to do our part to provide housing, or we don't need to think about it, that's not what I think our community is. So I will not support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jeff, you've supined. We'll open up the public, then we'll bring it back to the council and for discussion after that. So that is Jeff's reason for pulling the item. Is there anybody in the public who would wish to speak to this item? If so, if you come forward, state your name for the record. There's a 3-minute limitation on that testimony.
Hello, my name is David O'Neill, and I'd just like to tell you a very short story that's true about a small village in France. The village was dying, and there was a chateau on the hill that had fallen into ruin. Americans arrived who wanted to save the chateau and share it with the public. Alas, the state of France insisted on building a huge industrial structure towering over the chateau. The Americans explained that that would ruin the value of the chateau, the village, and their plans for international celebrations that would bring business to the village. The village council unanimously agreed to deny the industrial installation in favor of the chateau's restoration, and the villagers rejoiced. The Americans lived up to their word, hired local artisans, restored the chateau respectfully, had celebrations, concerts, and weddings. But before they were quite finished with the renovation, the sovereign state decided to ignore the legal written agreement made by the village and the Americans. It broke the hearts of both the Americans and the villagers. Distraught, the Americans left. The progress made in the village was lost, and they were all left to grieve. I know this story is true because it's my story. And it is a common story, an example of what happens with top-down government. We need to keep our governmental authority local, where people make decisions for their own communities, and don't allow the ignorant bureaucrats from afar to make foolish decisions that wind up harming the people that they are supposed to represent. Please join the California Cities for Local Control to keep the future of our very special community in your hands. And I think that we can also decide to make some affordable housing here, even if we do decide it for ourselves. Those closest to the people are those best to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Anybody in Zoom world want to talk?
We have Ian Martin.
Ian Martin, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to say that I wholeheartedly endorse council members' decision to not support this resolution. Housing is a tremendous challenge to many parts of the country, in California especially, and we do need to participate in some fashion or another. And so I admire council members' courage and his integrity and his desire to have our village participate and do our bit to solve this very difficult problem of creating more housing here in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
There are no hands raised.
Is there anybody in the room here wishing to speak? Last call. All right, we'll bring it back to council for discussion. Alessandra?
I'd like to defend this resolution, and I think it's not portrayed accurately. It's largely a symbolic resolution, and it's not saying anything about the RHNA process. It just says that local control is best. As David just mentioned, the government closest to the people serves the people best. This is about local officials, and we know what is best for our community, as opposed to bureaucrats in Sacramento that are imposing a one-size-fits-all policy on all these communities. They don't understand our community. They don't understand the specific unique qualities that we have, that we know best. And this is not about the RHNA numbers. Like I said, this is a symbolic resolution to basically defend our rights to local zoning. If we lose those rights, we lose control over our community. We're basically left with trash collection. I mean, local zoning is key. We must retain that right, and that's what this resolution is about. And I just want to say that it's really a distortion to bring up the RENA thing. It's a whole separate issue. This is all about defending local control. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, I'd like to say something.
Certainly.
You know, Councilman Richards and I have been tasked as the ad hoc committee chairs to discuss the housing, and I don't think that this, and I'm sorry, I disagree with you, Councilmember Dramoff. I don't think that this resolution would have come up without the housing issue. We have mandates coming down from the state about several things that are of statewide consideration. One of the reasons we are doing the food waste program, SB 1383, is because we have climate change issues. How many of us would actually do the food waste if it wasn't mandated? Seat belts were mandated. No smoking was mandated. Mandates are not always bad. They come as a result of something that hasn't happened on its own. How affordable housing have we built over the years? None except for some of the foundation housing. But the last RENA cycle, no affordable housing was built. So sometimes it's very difficult to understand that keeping things the way they are all the time does not necessarily make our community a welcoming place or a village where we can actually perhaps even create more community by doing some of the things that the state is asking us to do. So I will not support the resolution at this time either. I think the timing is very bad. I would prefer to have our housing element already in place and approved because we are trying to work collaboratively on this with the Housing Authority and do our part. We are all in this together. We are all contributors to climate change, and it is virtually impossible for us, even as a city, to hire employees that can actually live in their community, teachers that can live in the community. And one of the most disturbing things I recently found out, there's a group in Monterey County called Homes for Kids, I believe. There are just under 10,000 children in Monterey County who do not have homes. They are trying to go to school out of cars, moving from hotel to hotel. We do, as a community, have a part to play. Thank you.
Well, that noted, I guess I'll opine here. I'm a little tired of having the state telling us what we should be doing at the local level. I've seen too many unfunded mandates come down over the course of time. I think that when you go ahead and you start saying that we don't need local zoning, which is what you're saying here, that you can go ahead and waive the existing restrictions we have. Parking, for example. You can ADUs, you can now put 4 units on a piece of property in Carmel. These are orders that have been coming down from the state, and it doesn't fit in Carmel. We can certainly go ahead and do an analysis, which we are doing, which Bobby, Karen, I do appreciate you going out there, bringing on the controversy that's ensued. But I could not disagree more that we should just sit here idly and let the state dictate to us what we're supposed to do. And I was at a League of Cities meeting a couple of weeks ago, and there was a proposal before the committee to go ahead and say we should support a bill that was coming down, I think it was a Senate bill coming forward, which said that if you owned a piece of property that was either church-owned or owned by a nonprofit, you could build anything you wanted on it as long as it was a housing element, as long as it was affordable housing. You could do no parking, waive the parking. You could go 1 story larger than was zoned possible. That means that if you had any institution that was a religious, like let's say you wanted to take out a property that the Mormon church has on I go for Carmel Valley Road, you go ahead and put a bunch of units in there. It would be totally inappropriate without any public interview, without any public review process whatsoever. That's wrong. If you cut out the public review, especially when it comes to a project of that magnitude, you're circumventing the whole process that we as local government pride ourselves on. I think that's wrong. So these things that are coming down in the interest of expediting homeless issues, I don't think are relevant to here. So for that reason, I'm going to support this and support it very strongly.
Yeah, Karen and I have worked really hard on the housing element. I will continue to work really hard on the housing element that we currently have in front of us. However, in full disclosure, over a year ago at the last League of Cities in Sacramento, I attended a rally for exactly this, for cities to maintain local control. And so I will be supporting this, and I'm pleased that we have it on here. And I'm also excited about getting through the housing element by December.
All right, that noted, I'll go ahead and make a motion then to approve the recommended adoption resolution accepting.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. I think I would just be, I will say one more time, I do think that the local control is not the end of the world when it comes to housing. We can go ahead and we have a community that cares about the housing. We want to go ahead and provide what we believe is our mandate, but we got to head and we can determine our own mandates without the state capriciously picking a number out of the air and saying 239 units fits in Carmel. That's not good planning. That's just mandating. These unfunded mandates that come down, I don't care whether it's garbage collection, whatever it is, they're wrong. So for that reason, I'm going to advocate for local control forever. So that noted, I'll call the question. No.
Okay. Councilmember Barron?
No.
Councilmember Jeremoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, that noted. How are we doing time-wise here? I think we can go a little bit further, don't you?
Yeah, do the next one, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the purchasing
Yep,
ordinance.
we have purchasing ordinance, right.
Take a bio break.
Yeah, we'll take a bio break after that. All right, so the bio. You want to take that down?
Mr. Pierce's going to take it, sir.
Ryan, you're going to take it?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Yeah.
This is item number 12. Can we get the PowerPoint up, please, Nova?
We did receive 2 questions from Mr. Barron today, and I relayed them to Mr. Pierce, and we'll be prepared to answer your questions, Mr. Barron, during the presentation or subsequent to it.
Could we have the lights lowered so the public can
Sure.
see the...
Thank you, Brandon.
All right, so this item is an ordinance amending Chapter 3.12 of the city's purchasing ordinance. I was assisted in the preparation of this item by my partner, Carl Berger, who had to leave to attend another meeting around 5:30, so I'll be covering this item. If we get the next slide, please. So as the council is aware, one of the strategic priorities of the city council is to update the city's municipal code with regard to purchasing, and this staff report includes a proposed ordinance which would amend the city's code. Next slide, please. I'm going to now provide you with a summary of the changes in the proposed ordinance. First, it makes clear that a contract with the city is only formed when it's in writing and signed by the appropriate officials. Secondly, in terms of authorized signatures, the mayor or the mayor pro tem would be authorized to sign unless they delegate that to the city administrator. And the city administrator's authority would have, under the proposed ordinance, authority to sign up to $60,000 for contracts, and department directors for authority to sign up to $25,000. Next slide, please. This proposed ordinance also would authorize the city administrator and department directors to solicit bids, award contracts, and select vendors in accordance with the city's municipal code. The proposed ordinance also adds definitions to the municipal code to clarify certain regulations, including definitions of contract, general services, professional services, and supplies. Next slide, please. This is the last slide on the summary. The item here designated number 5, it would add purchasing regulations that are required by federal law when the city uses federal money for purchasing. And finally, the ordinance would streamline bidding requirements and identifies exceptions to such requirements. Next slide. One of the sections in the ordinance provides that the city council would find that it is in the public interest to promote the utilization of local businesses that are small or minority, and this slide lists what those businesses would be, and that would all be in accordance with applicable law. Accordingly, the city administrator would be authorized to encourage participation of, and then there's a series of acronyms here for those businesses, located within the city's jurisdiction, again, to the extent allowed by applicable law. And to meet that goal, the city administrator would be authorized to utilize the vendor program implemented by the County of Ventura's Small Local Business Outreach Program. That program is described on the last page of your agenda packet under the heading of Small Local Business Outreach Program.
County of Monterey, Counselor, not Ventura.
Oh, I misspoke.
Thinking about home.
County of Monterey. I stand corrected. So that is the issue with regard to the local business policy. The next slide. So the action item tonight would be to request the city attorney to read the title of the ordinance, and following the reading of the title ordinance, a motion to waive further reading and introduce the ordinance. Next slide. So I understand there are some questions which I am prepared to answer.
Yes, thank you. Now I have 3 questions, so I'll ask the 2 I prepped Chip with first. So my understanding from this is that we are basically raising the $25,000 sort of council approval limit to $60,000, where the first $25,000 can be approved by Bob, for example, in Public Works, and then the next $35,000 between 25 and 30 could be approved by Chip, and then everything over 60 or above is approved by the council.
That is one of the changes, yes.
That's a correct understanding?
Yes.
Okay. My second question is, this section 2, this local business policy, it's not reflected so it's here in the agenda report, and I understand that but I don't see it reflected in chapter 3.12.
It is not, because it's a policy, and we did not put it into the code. We thought it was best to be included in the ordinance and not to be codified.
Okay, so if the council felt like it should be codified, we could put the option. So section 2 in the agenda report expresses, an option by the city administrator to basically market the bid, or however you perceive that, to certain local identified organizations. And if the council thought that was important, like more important than a policy, we could work that into the ordinance itself.
Well, you could do that. Our recommendation is that it remain in the ordinance and not be codified, for the reasons I've indicated, is that it is a policy. And rather than putting it in your code, we think it best fits as part of the ordinance.
Okay, so I'll discuss that with my council members. Thank you. And then I'm not clear, having seen the presentation, what it means when the mayor is allowed to sign contracts, and I don't mean any disrespect to Dave. What are contracts that the mayor has typically signed, as opposed to contracts that you would sign, that the city administrator would sign with approval from the council?
I can tell you that the government code requires that the mayor sign contracts unless that authority has been delegated to someone else, such as the city administrator.
And that's what you typically see in your policy resolutions, which is you giving authority to me to sign contracts. That's why the recitals typically
so do
in the
we,
resolution.
Again, no disrespect to the mayor, if we give this ability to sign contracts to the city administrator, then we don't really need to give it to the mayor or the mayor pro tem, correct?
Are you talking about for contracts that are under 60,000?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like why we would give the mayor the ability to sign contracts, and if we give the mayor the ability to sign contracts, does that circumvent, the whole process we have in place for giving the city administrator the ability to sign contracts, if, for example, for things that, as it's currently written, are more than $60,000. So if Dave worked with, Dave and Chip both know that I don't expect this to happen.
I'm not taking this personally.
Yeah. But if Dave and Chip, or 3 mayors after Dave and 3 city mayors after Chip have a backroom meeting and they say, hey, we want to give $100,000, beach cleanup contract to Joe Schmo beach cleanup people, could they just sign this contract in the back room without the council approval?
No.
Sir.
No, that couldn't, well, am I answering?
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead,
All right.
please.
So the answer is no, because the contract authority for, since it's over 60,000, would have to go to the city council. So your
Okay.
hypothetical said 100,000.
So it's the authority for all contracts over $60,000 that come to the council, not just authority for contracts that are $60,000 that are destined for the city administrator's signature that come to the council.
Well, let me say it my way. If the contract is more than 60,000, it has to come to the council. If it's 60,000 or less, it can be signed by the, 25 to 60 can be signed by the city administrator. I mean, the city administrator, there may be a contract that's 25,000 or less that's not a part of a department, like let's say it's not public works or it's not a planning contract. That would go then to the city administrator. So
Okay.
that's how that would work.
Thank you.
But I would never sign it, the city administrator would never sign a contract without an appropriation from the council. So we have to have money in the budget to sign for those types of things. And let me speak to briefly, I mean, what we sometimes struggle with in local government is being speedy, is actually being judicious about signing contracts and getting work done. So again, raising the limit from $25,000 to $60,000 under the city administrator's authority allows us to react more quickly, quite frankly. And the number, Mr. Berger, who is a city attorney in Southern California, the $60,000 threshold is more, is consistently used throughout the state of California, so it's not an anomaly. Our $25,000 threshold is quite low, and and of course our existing ordinance is quite outdated.
Okay, so now, is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item? If there are no more questions of council. Anybody in the public? All right, I'm not surprised. Okay, so if we could bring this back then to council for action?
So someone needs to request me to read the title?
Well, I'd like to, I'd
discussion.
like to now discuss the questions I asked. I mean, with respect to the $60,000, thank you, Chip, for your explanation, and I am okay with the $60,000. I will say, I don't think we have much of a bureaucracy here, and I find it difficult to, with no disrespect to your department managers, I would really like to see your signature on even the small contracts, not your department manager's signature. So I would be in favor of, I think that's, my opinion is that's a worthwhile change. I do like Section 2. I hear the attorney's view that it's a policy, but I think that's a question for the 5 of us, whether we think that policy choice should be written into the ordinance. And my fear, we have a lot of policies that sometimes are followed and sometimes are, forgotten. And my fear is that by not having the Section 2 codified and in the municipal code, even to the extent that it gives, even to the extent that the municipal code would say, that it will just be forgotten, and that future city administrators, and I know that you won't do this, I know you, and I know how in tune you are with the things expressed in this policy, but my fear is that future city administrators will not realize that they have the option, that the council has granted them this option to do this. And I think that putting it in the ordinance itself, even if it's just listed as a policy, would make it more accessible and more likely to be followed in the future. And thank you for the explanation about the mayor's authority. I do, again, trust Dave.
All right, do you have any answered questions, anything that you think you should respond to?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, anybody else on council have questions before we go out to the public? Go out to the public again. I know I already did, but I thought, Yeah, nobody's responded, okay.
Before Jeff brought this up, I hadn't really thought about it, but, you know, we do have policies that just disappear. And perhaps he is onto something about having this codified so that it doesn't disappear. Because I know I ask all the time about policies that are no longer enforced or followed, and it probably is important to not have this particular part disappear out of convenience or whatever.
So it does seem there's still a question out there about codifying. What do you think? I mean, what's your feeling, Brian?
Well, I'll just tell you that from a procedural standpoint, it could be, right now, the proposed ordinance has 6 articles. So the next in line would be an Article 7, and we could take the Section 2 from the ordinance and add it and make it Article 7, in which case it would be, that's the most logical place for it to be codified.
Are you interested in facilitating a more contemporary process? Is this going to prolong the process anymore?
No.
I didn't think so. All right. Yeah, I don't have a problem. So Jeff, do you want to amend the motion, make a motion with an amendment?
Would you just bring it back next month, just bring back a revised ordinance next month, or will you make the change online?
Well,
we'll make the change, you know, we'll adopt a resolution tonight, and then for the second reading, you'll just bring it back.
Well, the answer to your question is the motion would be to adopt the, after I read the title, would be to adopt the ordinance with a change, which would be to take Section 2 of the ordinance and make it Article 7 of the code.
So when I had a conversation with Chip this afternoon or this morning about this section, he mentioned that there were some issues with, sort of the state of California and requiring certain things. So I want to be clear, requiring, preference or whatever. So I want to be clear that my intent here is to just codify the allowing the city administrator to have the option to do this if he so chose to do that.
Understood. Now, there is another alternative, which is that we do another first reading at your meeting in June.
Why don't we just do a first reading now? If the amendments aren't significant or unknown, we can go ahead and amend them.
You could. I was just explaining the alternative.
Yeah, I'm happy if we can do the first reading now. I'm happy to do that. And then, I would ask my council members about whether you feel like Chip should, the city administrator needs to have the authority, should be the only person that has the authority to sign contracts that are less than $25,000, or whether we should allow that to be delegated to his department heads.
With the fear that there's some sort of a casual relationship where subcontractors are being awarded contracts by department heads?
I just view it, not really. I mean, I just viewed it as sort of, the buck stops with Chip. We have a small staff, a relatively small staff. And I just think that, my own philosophy is that he should be aware of the contracts that the city is entering into, even if they're small.
Your reaction?
I'm fine with that.
Does it prolong the process anymore?
No, sir, no. This
is supposed to be contemporizing our purchasing process so that we were more expeditious in getting business done.
We sign contracts via electronic system, so provided that they're in there, I sign them, and Nova sends them to me on a daily basis. So no, I don't think, sir, that it's going to prolong the signature of contracts if that's the will of the council.
So I can tell you from a procedural standpoint, that would mean that we would strike Section 3.12040D, which is the one that allows for department directors to sign contracts for less than $25,000. And it would leave C, which would mean that if it's $60,000 or less, it would be the city administrator.
All right, are we clear on this? Get a motion then out there.
Okay, so I would request the attorney Mr. Pierrick, to read the title of the ordinance.
Yes, this is an ordinance amending Chapter 3.12 of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code to regulate contracting, including purchases of supplies, services. Should just be supplies and services, not public works projects. That's no longer part of this.
And then I would make a motion to waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 2023-3, amending Chapter 3.12 of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea's Municipal Code to regulate contracting, including purchases of supplies and services, with the two amendments: one, to strike the ability of department heads to sign contracts, and two, to incorporate Section 2 into the end of Chapter 3.12 as we discussed.
Motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I'm sorry, could we go back to the first reason, Mr. Perk, that you said that we should leave it as is rather than Jeff's option? Could you just re-explain that, the first, when we first began the discussion?
Well, as to the policy, I had said that since it is a policy rather than a requirement of the code, that we did not include it into the code, although it is part of the ordinance. And
so what's happening here is the second reading being skipped over, right?
no,
Yeah.
no, there'll still be a second reading.
I thought you said.
No, I thought she was asking me to explain what the rationale was for why the local business policy was not originally included as part of the code that was going to be codified.
Right, right. Yeah, I'm asking if we keep it as policy, just because that was the first thing that you had mentioned when we began the discussion.
Right, but I had understood I explained the rationale, that it was a policy. However, what I heard from the discussion of the council was that the preference was to include it as part of the code, which is, I think, why Councilmember Barron made the motion that he did.
Yeah, and to be clear, it's not a requirement. I'm not asking that this be a requirement of future city administrators. I'm simply asking that the policy be listed, the policy that gives the city administrator the option to do this is simply listed in the code, so that future city administrators will know that this is something we thought was important and that they might think about.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels like we're overcomplicating it. I thought we were fine with just keeping this policy. I mean, that would be my preference.
Well, we have a motion, a second. We've had quite a bit of discussion. Let's go ahead and call the question. You can vote no. I'm gonna support it myself, but go ahead, Nova, call the roll.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramont?
No.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, I would think we could go ahead and try to move on with the budget. Do you guys have a burning desire to take a bio break right now? I'm fine. All right, good. We'll go ahead and move on to the receiving the budget, recognizing this is a receipt
It's a
only.
couple-minute presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Max?
As she's setting up, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to do my usual bore you to death comments. I think it's pretty well contained. Max has got a great presentation. I just want to thank the staff for their hard work. Every year, I say it's a hard budget. This year was particularly hard. But Max, and especially Jane Hogan, who just joined us in November, Jane Hogan has what I call the figure it out skill, and she did a great job with Max and the rest of the finance team and the department heads to get this budget before you. I won't be interrupting as I typically do as well. I apologize for interrupting in the past during the presentation, and I'd ask you the same. Maybe we can save our questions to the end. I know I'll have some and comments, but thank you for your guidance, Council, and thank you for your work, Max.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight, I'm going to be giving, lights, Brandon, if you don't mind. Thank you. So tonight, I'm going to be giving you a high level on the recommended 2023-24 budget overview. If tonight and then up until the 19th, if you have questions, and even this evening when you do have questions, my staff and I, we will be jotting them down, and we will be bringing back responses on May 16th, which is the budget workshop. So I just want to share with everybody that there is a submittal period for budget questions between now and the 19th. Any that we do receive by the 11th, we will have ready for during the workshop, and then we will address any afterwards. But again, please save the date for the budget workshop on May 16th at 4 p.m. And then we are scheduled to hopefully adopt the budget on June 6th. So I just wanted to give you a brief overview of what the process is for our budget going forward. So let's get into the good stuff. Let's talk about what we had to do to budget this year. So we balanced using new revenue, about $30.5 million, and we are projected to use about $10.3 million in fund balance, and a lot has to deal with our capital projects that Bob's going to talk about next. We also are close to full staffing. We're about 87%. Our levels of staffing, and again, so that we can work together to complete and finish council priorities. Also, contract services to support staff and operations, and again, council priorities. Also in our budget, we do have that $1 million for pension mitigation. This is something that council agreed on, that we would incorporate into our budgets, $1 million every fiscal year for 5 years. So you will see that in our budget. In addition, you will see our very robust capital budget. And again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on our capital because Bob's coming up next to give that presentation. This is, again, budget at a glance. You will see that our revenues that we are projecting for fiscal year 23-24 is about $30 million. Our general fund operating expenditures are about $26 million. We have our debt service, which is about $528. Our pension unfunded liability mitigation is about $3 million. Our capital projects, our capital outlay is about $10.9 million, and workers' comp's about $90,000. So with that, that's about $40 million, I call it $40.1 million that you'll see in our recommended budget. But in doing that, again, I am requesting about $10.3 million use of our fund balance. So what is this $40 million budget? What does this consist of? So I tried to break it down pretty into 4 categories, what this $40.8 million budget looks like. 18.2 is basically geared towards our employees. That's the salary and benefits. That ties to our pension, our unfunded liability, and workers' comp. So that's all employee related. So that's about $18.2 million. Our operating expenditures for services and supplies is about $11.2 million. And then again, what you're going to see next in the next presentation is the $10.9 million in the capital improvement project. So that's that $10.9 million and then about $500,000 in debt. So I put that little notice about $22.1 million invested back into our village. When you look at what our operating and our CIP, that's about a $22.1 million investment back into our village. So that really is kind of covering what our $40.8 million recommended budget is. So now I'm going to go more into the details, but I just, again, wanted to provide just a high overview of what that $40.8 million budget looks like. So revenues at a glance, our fiscal 23-24 citywide revenue sources. We have our property taxes, our sales tax, our Measure C, our transient occupancy tax, other, and for other, that is our business license tax, franchises fees, motor vehicle license fees, grants, and transit. So that is what other is. And then charges for services, those are actually the things below it, which is building, ambulance, planning, and those are the other department charges for service. So when you look at that, this is kind of how it's broken down to at our revenue source. So major revenues. So property tax, how, and kind of the rationale behind how we are recommending this budget. So for property tax, that's a pretty steady, reliable growth for 23-24. For sales and Measure C taxes, we're predicting, and again, we are working with HDL, that's our company that has consultants, and we're working with them, and again, kind of slight, again, remaining vigilant and understanding that the customer spending pattern is changing slightly. Also, that ties into our TOT, where we do have more of a guarded projection due to uncertainty of travel and consumer spending. Next, we go on to our expenditures at a glance. And again, this makes up of our salaries and benefits, our outside services, which means all of our contract services combined throughout the enterprise, other expenditures, which is also kind of all supplies and workers' comp, those are those costs, our pension, and then again, the capital outlay, which is our CIP, and then debt service, so that's the $40 million. So that's the expenditures at a glance. And then you're looking at how and who is spending this money, how is it being distributed amongst the enterprise. And so you'll see how it's split up between administration, citywide, council, legal, planning, ambulance, fire, police, marketing, Sunset Center, library, and community activities, and public works. And that's about 29 million. That's 72%. So that's what is a majority of our expenditures, and then again, our debt, and then our capital, and then our workers' comp. So that is our expenditures by function. Again, I just wanted to break down and kind of drill down on some of these areas for you to see, and just for a highlight purpose. In the operating budget, our services and supplies is about 11.2 million. It's really hard to see, and I apologize. I was trying to break it down by percentage for each department. But what you'll see is Public Works is close to about 29%. Fire is, about 29%. And then the rest of our departments. But why I'm trying to show this is that Public Works has grown about 55% more over last year. And so I wanted to highlight that, because we really did kind of change some of the way that we took some of the things out of the CIP, and we did, now we have them part of the operating budget. So I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that for council, that there was discussion at the last CIP meeting about removing some of these CIPs and moving them into our operating budget. So Public Works, because of that, Public Works' operating budget has increased by 55%. Some of those things that we did move, or we have $15,000 for Mission Trail Nature Preserve invasive removal, and $15,000 for North Dunes habitat monitoring as part of the Environmental Compliance Division operating budget. We also have $75,000 for the Mission Trail Nature Preserve fire fuel removal, $25,000 budgeted for beautification, but we also had $20,000 in beautification carryover money as well. And again, that is now part of Public Works in their operating budget. Next is just another high level of our salaries and benefits and how it is distributed amongst each department. And what I have provided is a 5-year look at staffing so that you can see why our costs have gone up. 5 years ago, our staffing was right about 92 positions. In 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20. You'll see in fiscal year 2021, that's when we really had a cut pretty drastically, down to 72 positions. We cut about 20 positions because that was when the pandemic started. And then you'll see that we, generated it up pretty quick when we got restarted and our community had such that rush of revenue. So you'll see that we went from 72 to 81 to 96 within 2 years. And what that means is we've had a 5.4 million increase to salary and benefits, and I wanted to make sure that that was explained as to why there's such a significant increase to our salary and benefits when you look at our overall, I call forecast. Just to the benefits, we've done labor negotiation, salary increases, and again, we've added several new positions throughout the enterprise. So this just gives you some background as to, I call why our expenditures kind of keep going up. Also, here's our capital project at a glance. I'm not going to spend too much time because I know Bob's going to spend a lot of time on that one. But again, this is just based on our discussion that we had last month. This kind of incorporates everything that was discussed and recommended, which was that equals about $10.9 million in CIP. So the only thing that in that full, I call fiscal year 23-24 budget book that was distributed to council and to everybody is that we did receive a request from the Chamber of Commerce for $120,000. We did have a placeholder for $60,000. So we would need to, if council gives guidance or direction, we would need to increase an additional $60,000. In addition, MCCVB, we did have a placeholder for $204,000. Their request came in at $243,000. Also on Friday, we did receive a request from the Carmel Youth Center requesting $50,000 a year for the next 5 years, and we did not. We did not integrate that into our budget because we just got the request on Friday. So these are also some other things that have come up that I wanted to bring to your attention that we will also probably be talking about during the workshop. Yeah. So that is my pretty high level of the 23-24 budget. Again, if anyone from the public has questions between now and May 19th, please submit them to Chip, myself, or Jane. As I indicated at the very beginning, if we get them before the 11th, we will integrate them into our workshop. But that is my presentation, Council, for this evening.
Any questions to Max at this moment by council members?
Yes.
Jeff.
So a nitpicky question. In the presentation on the page, it says major revenues and performances. Major revenues performance. It was back near the beginning.
Okay. Oops.
Yeah, that
okay.
one. So we passed Measure C in the spring of 2020, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So the Measure C, the numbers in the fiscal year 21-22 actual, those numbers are reflective of the new rate from Measure C and not Measure D, correct?
Correct. It was fully integrated. Yeah.
So the ratio of the sales tax to the measure, so sales tax is money that we collect from the state on sales that happen in Carmel, and then Measure C is, those should be the same ratio, right? So we collect some percentage of, so, well, my question, like, I'm a little bit flummoxed why in the next column where it says fiscal year 22-23 estimated actual, why does the sales tax number go up by $100,000, but the Measure C number goes down by $1.3 million? Like, I don't understand how that is a possibility, given that my understanding is we get some percentage of the Bradley Burns tax that happens in the village, and then we tack on Measure C, and those are just kind of fixed percentages. So why does one of them go up by $100,000, but the other one goes down by 1.2 million?
And you can help me out on this one, because we did have a conversation with HDL, and because there is that formula between Bradley Burns, and it is pretty complicated, their formula, but those were the numbers. They do look at they have all of our, I call sales tax, all of our information, and those were the numbers that they projected for us.
Okay, so I would ask you, without
for more
belaboring
detail,
this,
yes.
To what I would note is that I noticed that in the fiscal year 23-24 budget, you're back to the percentage from the fiscal year 21-22 budget. And so this number here, this Measure C number here in the fiscal year 22-23 estimated actual, that $4.71 million really looks incorrect to me.
So I share your
So I'm raising this as a concern, and you can bring it back, and you can bring it back in a couple of weeks. But I would ask you to check to make sure that that's the case.
Absolutely.
And then sort of related to that, you know, I looked, you know, when I saw this, I kind of looked through the budget for a fund balance chart that showed 3 years. And there is one in there, right? Am I just being a spaz here on the dais and not being able to find it in the budget?
So I
Like
did, are you
in the
talking
budget
about this?
document.
Are you talking about part of the agenda had the 5-year forecast? And I apologize because there's so many charts. But part of the agenda report included a 5-year forecast that did go out the 5 years. Is that what you're
Okay,
referencing?
that's probably it, because I can't find it. Maybe it was in the agenda report.
It was in the agenda
and not
report.
the budget. So what I would ask when you research this $4.71 million number is that you make sure that you double check that 5-year chart, and make sure that the fiscal year 22-23 estimated actual totals are right.
Okay.
Because yeah. Okay. So I'll leave it at that. We can talk about that offline. But
Okay, thank you, Mr.
that's my
Brown.
concern with the presentation.
Are there other questions, Max, by council members? Right. So do we want to go out to public on this portion? Do we want to go CIP too?
I suggest that since there's no decision on this item tonight, Mr. Mayor, we go out to the public and receive,
All right.
because there is action on CIP.
Okay. All right, so we'll go to the public for questions and comments. Anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item, recognizing this is a receipt of report only. I don't see anybody. Might be your time.
I do apologize for coming in.
Don't worry, you can start over.
I will take off where
No, start over.
Okay.
Yeah.
I start completely over, or
As
just?
long as you can do it in 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to start where I left off. Thank you all again. I just wanted to state that we are looking to return to the level that the city funded us dating back to 2015 and 2016, which was $120,000. The ask of $120,000 does not fully cover the cost of the visitor center. The chamber, like other businesses, has seen an increase in operating costs over the past few years. The past year, our cost to operate the visitor center increased to over just $135,000. As you will hear shortly from another speaker, that we intend to grow the impact the visitor center and its volunteer has on our guests in our community, in our city. But our work does not stop here. Our foundation was founded approximately 2 years ago, and during that time, we have largely focused on leadership development. In 2023, we will be expanding programs to bring our businesses and community closer. There are some that believe that the Chamber's focus is on social events. We are extremely successful in putting on a number of annual signature events and networking opportunities for businesses. But we are so much more than that. And to be honest, we've not done a good job in communicating all of the things that we do. Going forward, we are committed to doing a better job of communicating these things. The $120,000 we are asking for this year really will be an investment for a return to the city, as the more we, the chamber, can influence the amount a visitor spends or extends their stay or returns in Carmel-by-the-Sea has a direct correlation to the city's income. The Carmel Chamber is stronger than ever with a bright future. Our membership numbers are at record numbers, indicating the value and trust our businesses see in the Chamber. I am excited to share the Chamber has hired a new executive director. Thank you, Chip, for your time on the search committee for a year and 4 months. This is someone that the Chamber Board and the executive team has the utmost faith in. On behalf of the Carmel Chamber of Commerce, it is with great pleasure I would like to introduce Lance Wills. And once again, thank you all.
Thank you.
Mayor Potter, council members, and City Minister O'Rourke, thank you for having me today. As Sir Gail said, my name is Lance Wills, and for the past 3.5 months, I've been the interim executive director for the Chamber of Commerce. I'm excited to be making a bigger commitment to the Chamber and to the city going forward. My family and I are residents of Carmel, and my partner and I are river dads. My daughter is in her last year at River. The Chamber is focusing on 3 key pillars right now: building on our business support services that we have in place, strengthening our relationship with the community, and growing the Chamber and developing new revenues to give back and invest in both business and community. We're excited to launch our new website in just a few weeks. We're about to release dates for our new speaker series, bringing opportunities of local businesses to network with thought leaders and new learning opportunities. We were proud to be recognized by the Monterey Herald Reader's Choice Award and one of the winners of the 22 Best Members Organization for Businesses, and we placed ahead of Monterey Chamber. We're committed to building a strong world-class chamber, but as Sir Gail said, we have not done a good job in communicating this, and this we commit to fixing. The Visitor Centre team of volunteers continue to support our guests, and just this last month, we had more than 1,500 people through the Visitor Centre. Our Visitor Centre is a resource for residents and guests throughout their stay. An example of this was during the heavy atmospheric flooding that occurred, impacting many of our visitors' plans. The Visitor Centre was first call. We had a mother frantically calling regarding her son's impending proposal plans in February, and the Visitor Centre was there to rebook the couple into La Playa, found a replacement photographer, and helped with suggestions of new proposal locations. And in March, the family got back to us, thanking them for all the work that the Visitor Centre did during that period. The couple are coming back in March next year to get married here in Carmel. In mid-April, we piloted taking the Visitor Centre to the streets of Carmel. We have received overwhelming support from this effort from visitors, businesses, and residents. On the days that we have been out there, we have increased the number of touch points between visitors and the Visitor Centre by as much as 50%. At the Church of the Wayfarer, we met a lady who was probably in her 70s, and she pulled a picture out of her bag, and it was a black and white picture. It was a picture of her mother sitting on the bench outside the church in 1944, and the photo was taken by her father, who proposed to his wife that weekend they were in Carmel. And so they took the opportunity to really be able to take an opportunity to engage with that customer, with that guest. The Foundation has recently begun working on a new program for business mentorship and career development. We are in the early stages of building this program out to map 16-year-olds and businesses better. So with that, I want to thank you for your time today. Appreciate it. I look forward to meeting you all in the future, and thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Officially. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Orsino. I am the current treasurer for the Carmel Chamber of Commerce. I am also a local branch manager with Mechanics Bank, and I have over 20 years of financial industry experience. The reason I'm here tonight is because I feel that as we ask you for money, you need to know that we are financially a strong organization. For first quarter results for the Chamber, that just came out, we had a gross revenue of over $107,000, which is a significant increase over our results last year at this time. As we make this money, we are currently working hard to maintain our expenses and keep them in line, and we currently have over $200,000 locally deposited in town. So again, we are a financially stable organization who is working hard to be good stewards of our members' dues. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good Good evening, Mayor and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to say a couple things, and I'll keep it brief. My name is Rob O'Keefe. I'm the President and CEO of the Monterey County Commission and Visitors Bureau. I love what I'm hearing with the Chamber, and I'm going to make a commitment now to follow up with you on how we can take the steps forward that the Chamber is taking even further with what we do. We work very aggressively with chambers who work aggressively with us, and it sounds like your chamber's getting ready to work aggressively. So that's not why I came here to talk about, but I just couldn't help getting into that. I think first I want to thank you for the partnership that we've had for years and talk a little bit about how we're going to build on that in the coming few years. I kind of look at this as year zero as it relates to coming out of COVID. Next year, we're looking at year one. How do we recreate? How do we set new baselines and benchmarks? And how do we move this forward? It's based on a managed growth strategy, which we'll get into a lot more detail. The hotels are stepping up in a much bigger way, more than they ever have before. You have hotels here who in Carmel-by-the-Sea who have made significant investments in the future through renovations. Some have been made, some are in process, some are being planned. They're stepping up because they see a big future for all of us. I think that the information that we go back and forth with Chip and from a planning standpoint has been ongoing, and we need to continue to do that. The difference in the ask that we've made is the same ask we always make. It's 3% of projected TOT. So the $40,000 difference is really a difference between Chip's crystal ball and our crystal ball. And we share the information. And we were going to have more information to share next week. We just got a report on how we did as a destination and how Carmel-by-the-Sea did last year in 2022. We're not back yet. We're not back to 2019. The numbers aren't there. Some parts of the industry are getting hurt more than others, particularly small business owners and operators. So we're going to bring that back. I'm going to share that with Chip. I can't legally right now because I saw the report, but it's embargoed. And before you convene again on this on the 16th, we'll share more information. We can talk about that. 3% is what Marina, what Seaside, Pacific Grove, Salinas, it's a 3% ask, and it's 6% for the city of Monterey and the county of Monterey because they both have a bigger tourism offering. So it's proportional. It's worked for over a decade. We'd like to continue that. There's a couple different ways of going about it, and I will commit to working with Chip and with Max in the weeks between now and the next conversation about this to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Well, let's wait till we get it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? All righty. Bring it back then. Do you want to go ahead and do CIP, or do you want to close this?
Zoom. I think we can. Is somebody on Zoom, Mr. Romero?
There's no one on Zoom.
Yeah. Well, this is where I get to be dour. No. It's just we have. Thank you so much, Max, and again, thank you all, council and everyone who's taken part. We're kind of in the adolescent stage of this budget cycle. So now as Max has the slide up, this is the time to send questions in. Carrier pigeon works as well for me. We built this budget on fiscal responsibility, on the belief that the economy is contracting. We've seen a couple of not so great periods in our hotel occupancy, which is adjusted for the number of rooms that are out of commission, that are being repaired and upgraded, and we're very grateful to the property owners who are doing that. So again, we can have a more in-depth conversation, I think, in a couple weeks, Mr. Mayor, but your job tonight is just to receive this presentation, and then again, we do request and expect questions from council as well. And so I think I'll stop there, and I think Mr. Richards has a clarification point, sir.
Bobby.
Well, just as a former representative to the CVB, which Rob O'Keefe just represented, I want to make sure everybody understands the 3% isn't 3% of our budget. It's 3% of the 10% that is collected. So it's not our overall revenue. It's 3% of the 10% that's collected. So I don't know what that works out to be, like 30 cents on the $10 or something.
Appreciate that clarification. All right, this is receipt only. Karen.
Yeah, I would like information on our TOT in comparison with TOTs of the other cities. in the peninsula, because I think we're low at 10%. Is that right?
Oh, the amount we charge, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's an important discussion that we should have, because we may want to consider changing that a little bit at some time in the future.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll do this. Go ahead,
just
Jeff.
a quick question about the MCCVB money. Why do we not, just out of curiosity, why do we not estimate 3% and then true up the following year when we have real numbers, so that we can actually end up with an actual 3% rather than this sort of spat between, Mr. O'Keefe's number and your number?
Yes, sir. I know you were joking when you said spat, because we do have a collaborative relationship, obviously, with the Chamber and Visit Carmel and the CVB, so I think it's a healthy relationship. So, I mean, we have to put a number into the budget for you, and true-ups they're not fun, I'll be honest with you. So we do a true-up with Monterey Fire every year. It's tens of thousands of dollars, because it's based on unknown staffing because of overtime and calls for service and atmospheric rivers and the like. So it's a difficult way for us to budget. One of the things that Mr. O'Keefe and I have discussed is paying on a quarterly basis, which over 4 quarters would even out a little bit more potentially. But again, for budgeting purposes, I still need to put a target number in there for you to balance the budget. If that answers your question, sir, we'll come back in 2 weeks and talk about it.
I mean, it answers my question. I'm not sure that, the question is it worth $50,000 to avoid the true up? And I don't know right now what the answer to that question that I'm raising is.
Are we making comments right now as a council?
Sorry, what?
Are we making comments right now as a council, or are we waiting for 2 weeks from now?
Basically, receive report. If you'd like to make a comment, that's fine. But.
Okay. Well, I'm just concerned. I know I'm new to this whole process, but it seems like a $40 million budget for a town our size and our population's actually gone down since the last census number. I'm just concerned, and especially when we're hearing from Chip, and all indications are that the economy is contracting and things aren't going to be as good. I think it feels irresponsible to take this $10 million from our fund balance to use it for the CIP, basically. I think we as a council need to start making tough decisions and maybe cutting some of the CIP. And I'd also like to see the staff make recommendations as far as how we could do some cuts. I mean, this is a huge amount of money, and people don't understand. I mean, I know we've explained it and we've gone through this, but when you just talk to the average person and they say 40 million, where is that money going? I mean, how do we explain that? So I just think we're going to need to look at some tough decisions that we're going to need to make.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate those comments. Any other comments? Okay, we can deem this report received without exception, I believe. We don't need a formal action.
Yes, sir. That's
okay. We'll deem this report received. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute bio break. Return at, let's say, 5 to 7. Does that work?
Or just say 7.
Well, what time is it now? All right, let's make it 7. Yeah. 7 o'clock. We'll be back.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. I forgot
Okay, let me. I think it'll go a little bit faster. Okay, so we are going to do the CIP projects next, which will have a little presentation. This one will be really quick. I'm thinking 10 minutes. This I don't think will be very long. Then we have the beach fires, and then Yep.
got there? Nova?
Okay, granola bar thing.
No Tic Tacs? No
No.
Tic Tacs tonight? No one?
Good. You ready for this?
Sorry about taking away your authority.
Yeah, apparently. It is common in other cities.
Moving on now, let's go ahead and receive the, approve the capital improvement plan for this coming year, fiscal year. Bob, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Oops. That's a bad way to start.
Can he engineer it back together?
Hopefully it still works. There we go. Okay, I wanted to just confirm the 13 projects that were completed this fiscal year, recap the 3 projects to cancel and projects by others, and tentatively approve the 25 carryover projects from last fiscal year and this fiscal year into next fiscal year. The very good news is that I'm only going to highlight the changes since the April 5th CIP workshop on those first 3 bullets. Then we're going to go into the tentatively approve the 16 new projects for the new fiscal year. You notice in your agenda packet there's project descriptions this time about those new projects. I'm also going to do some clarifications and some changes since we talked about it last time. And then recap and update the CIP, a 5-year plan, and the pie chart. Okay, the changes that I'm going to talk about are shown in red for the most part. So we had 13 completed projects this fiscal year. I'm just going to point out what's in red. For facility condition inspections, it's $85,000 project. The project's completed. We have a report. Based on what we saw in the report, there's a number of facilities that are in poor condition in City Hall, at the fire station, and at Vista Lobos. So I plugged in those items into years 2 through 5 in the 5-year CIP. Okay, so it doesn't change this year, it doesn't change next year, but it changes what's in about $1 million extra in the CIP for the future years. Scenic pathway barrier rails, Council just approved the $50,000 purchase order for the redwood lumber and things to get that started. The street sweeper, cannot guarantee it'll be delivered in time by the end of the fiscal year, so we made that into a carryover project. All in all, for this fiscal year, we've completed, say, 13 projects valued at $1.4 million. We do expect this number to pick up because we do have 4 or 5 projects that are under construction, like you see out here at the retaining wall, but we also have a number of other projects that are out to bid or about to go out to bid. I'll point those out as we go. No changes on the projects to cancel and defer, unless council has a question. In terms of project by others, for the North Dunes interpretive signage and split rail fencing, we had talked to some potential donors in the past. We hadn't have anything concrete yet, but we're just going to carry that over as it's still a donated project. Was carried it over into next fiscal year as opposed to listing it as where it was. And then the Scout House renovation, we did have an open house last week. There was about 9 attendees, represented Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and an architect and some contractors. So at the June council meeting, they'll come back with those 2 resolutions for your consideration. Other than that, for the Scout House, so we had an open house, representatives of Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts that were in attendance, some contractors and an architect. So that we will be going back to the city council in the June council meeting to adopt those 2 resolutions that were before the council at the April meeting. Right? Okay. Going over some carryover projects. The second project, beautification, we moved that over into the operating budget. I think Maxine mentioned $20,000 was remaining. That's until I got an invoice the other day. So we just spent $10,000 for our landscape maintenance contractor to what they cleaned up the Ocean Avenue pathway from Junipero to Carpenter. So that's but spent. The City Hall retaining wall project at the last meeting it was shown as, I think it was $100,000, and based on the council meeting last month, you appropriated an additional $113,000 so we could do the project. So that's shown in red as the new number. Project 6 is the electrical panel upgrades. We just did a substitute. We're changing the Public Works electrical panel upgrade, which is now part of the police building project. We're switching that with the fire station, but the dollar amounts don't change. And for the drainage repair projects, council made it clear you want to get some, as well as we all do, want to get some other projects built. So I'm going to point that out in the next slide. Nope, except it went backward. There we go. So on the left is a map of all the key drainage facilities that's highest priority on the list based on our updated storm drain master plan. So prior to last month, the intended scope of the drainage projects, if I may, let me back up, we had $100,000 last fiscal year plus $500,000 this fiscal year. That's $600,000 total. The intent before it was to update the storm drain master plan and then do the engineering design of all of these projects that are highlighted in red on the slide, including the big one, which is the Junipero trunk line and the bypass at Mission. Okay. And then the subsequent years would be construction of those facilities. Based on your comments, we did already do the storm drain master plan update, but instead we'll do the engineering design of some of the smaller items, including Acacia Way, 11th Avenue, Santa Rita, and Monteverde and 2nd. So we'll design those and construct those for improvements, hopefully within the budget we have. Okay, so we're getting some things in the ground a little faster, but we're deferring the larger scale project for later. More carryover projects for the facility renovations project. We're at 90% complete. We'll be going out to bid here pretty soon. We put in red the main library carpeting and the generator. Based on the information we're getting from the library master plan, phase 1, we think we're gonna just throttle that back, put that on the shelf, and proceed with the rest of the project as we have designed. Project 16 and 17, the paving project. This was the San Carlos bike route, and we eliminated the landscape meeting islands. Anyway, we'll be going out to bid on that project in June. The next project is Mission Trails, the 3 drainage projects. Pending approval from some of the regulatory permits, we should be going out to bid on that project by late summer. The point being is we have some projects in the hopper now to go out to bid and get on the construction. The police building renovation will be coming before the ad hoc committee in the next week or so to talk about where we're at with the selected architect. Project number was 25. The wildfire risk assessment is still proceeding. It's just moved to the fire operating budget. The street sweeper was moved as a carryover project as opposed to being completed. And then for the North Dunes interpretive signs, we talked about that as well, as carrying that over as a carryover project. And then project number 23, Mission Trail water tank, well, and pump house will be out to bid as of Friday. So that's gone out to bid. Okay, for the next slide, I wanted to shout out to Jane Hogan, our accountant, who's really helped me crank out all these numbers, which is a tedious exercise with so many different projects. But with her help, we've refined, we still have 25 carryover projects, but we refined the balance that will be carried over into next fiscal year, so it's now 6.7 million. The balance of external funds is 1.3 million. So we're looking at carrying forward with council approval, $8.088 million into next fiscal year. So that's the number you will see at the June meeting for carryover projects. Maxine mentioned that in the Public Works operating budget increased, and she pointed out some of these maintenance-oriented projects that in the past years were shown in the capital program, but they're maintenance-oriented. They do belong in the operating budget. But just to highlight some of those for next year, we have $25,000 in the operating budget under forestry. This will be for downtown trees as well as the Ocean Avenue medians, support that. North Dunes habitat restoration, we have $15,000 to continue the biological monitoring and reporting. We have $15,000 for invasive species removal and Mission Trail, working with the Friends. And this is a new one that came from, that was requested by council at the last meeting. The tree removals and fire fuel reduction at Mission Trail, so we put $75,000 in that. We counted, we have 15 trees that are down, 21 leaning, and 7 to be pruned, the heavy structural pruning. In terms of the new CIP projects, not much has changed since the last meeting. Project number 5, library master plan. The prior intent was to design the first project that that was identified for the master plan. So the plan was to, have the master plan, identify project number 1, next year design it, the year after construct that, project 2, design that, and then go on and go forward that way. Working with the library, we have a different approach. What we're proposing now is to continue on with the master planning effort for phase 2. It's still $100,000. This would be an amendment to the architect who's doing the master plan, and that would cover conceptual and schematic design, community outreach, some site work, and design development. And that would give the opportunity to consider a more aggressive, faster track program for the project. Let's see. Project 7, shoreline infrastructure repairs, we're still asking for $250,000. What we're proposing now is, instead of designing all these facilities, we'll design the high priority facilities, which is the 1 seawall, 3 revetments, and the 3 stairs. And that should give us enough money left over to repair the 3 stairs, 2 of which are currently closed. That's our hope. And then project 8 is a newer project, Urban Forest Master Plan. We're asking for $37,000. $28,000 is because we ended up having 10,000 trees to be inventoried, and as opposed to 6,000 trees that were estimated initially in the contract. And based on what we've done so far, we are recommending that we go forward with the tree pallet for an additional $6,000. So there's that $37,000.
If I may, I didn't agree not to interrupt you, I apologize. So the tree palette would be, again, preferred trees and landscape for replacement. So again, this is in concert with the climate adaptation plans and our changing natural environment. What trees are going to thrive here? Monterey pines, we understand, are going to continue to be okay, but we're trying to make sure we find the best trees, replacement trees, to maintain our urbanized forest. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, the remaining potential projects for next fiscal year, there's been no changes. A lot of projects were Sunset Center. The last 3 will be for the Vehicle Equipment Fund. This is the police radio lease, and the last is the IT servers, which is nothing to point out really, but the EV vehicles, we're proposing 2 forestry pickup trucks and the police administration sedan, which has 130,000 miles on it now, and it's falling apart. So the proposed projects for next year would be $2.2 million for city funds and about $560,000 for external funds.
I apologize, Bob, if I may, one more time. Council asked about our vehicle replacement fund and asked that we depreciate the vehicles as we should be, and ensuring that we had adequate funding in the vehicle replacement fund, and if not, to add to it. And so what Ms. Hogan has done is calculated the replacement value of all our rolling stock, if you will, which is estimated at about $3 million, and having a reserve target of about $304,000, and we've got $366,000. So we tried to answer that question for council. So no additional funding is required this year to replenish that fund, but next year, of course, we'll be required to put some money back into it.
It's fascinating that Chip read off the slide without looking at the slide.
It's so engrossing.
He predicted the future, but very, very well said. Our numbers match, which is the most important thing. Okay, so big picture, we have the 25 carryover projects. That's the $6.7 million. City funds, $1.3 million. External funds for $8.088 million total for carryover. You'll see that number again in June. The 60 new projects of all are proposed, and that's what the key messages for tonight is to want to go forward with all these projects. Would be $2.2 million for city funds, $500,000 external, so that's $2.8 million. So this is a total of 41 projects. Let me clarify that. There's a lot of these projects were double combined. The police station phase 1 and the additional scope, let's lump them together. There's some Mission Trail drainage, the drainage projects, phases 1 and 2, let's lump them together. There's really 30 different projects. About 11 are kind of dual counting. But 30 is still a large number of projects. And so the 30 or 41 projects, depending on how you look at it, is $9 million of city funds to invest in our infrastructure, 1.2 million external funds with 10.9 million total funding. That's the number that Maxine used in her budget message. Okay, before we get to the pie chart, the updated 5-year CIP is included in your packet. The changes that were made since the April 5th workshop are shown in brown font, and also kind of described in the staff report, so I won't go into that. There's nothing really extraordinary there. And then moving on to the pie chart, I'm gonna have to learn how to do fancy 3-dimensional pie charts that are my colleague just showed. But the main thing here is, so this is the full CIP. This is current year carryovers, the years 1 through 5 in the 5-year CIP. The city funding, this is just city funding. This does not include external funding. But the city funding, city investment is $26 million if all projects were to be funded. The important point of this chart is to see, are we investing in projects consistent with our community values? So what this slide shows is that our hard infrastructure, which is streets and drainage, is about 33% of the pie. That's going at the streets and drains. Our buildings infrastructure is about 28%. 10% is a little skewed because 10% is the $3 million we have for the police station building, but 28% in our facility as a whole. Environmental amenities like shoreline, the libraries, the parks is about 21%, and the city internal needs such as fleet and IT and through and contingency is about 18%. So the question for council, for your consideration, is this the right, are we balancing out our resources to what the council and the community use as our needs and our values? But I'll move on. Okay, in the 5-year CIP exhibit that's attached, I'm looking at the next years 2 through 5, and this is what we identified today. Okay, so needs will change in the future, but as of right now, we've identified $3 to $4 million a year for those years. So years 2 through 5, the projected city funds would need to be about $14.8 million. The anticipated available budget based on our 5-year projection is about $4.5 million. So that's just under a third of as much. Now, the good news with $10.9 million of investment for the CIP and 30 projects, we have solid resources, a lot of work, a lot of catching up to do, and we're in good shape now. Concern in the long run is that will we start to increase our backlog of deferred maintenance 5 years down the road without some kind of additional funding? So I'm just the messenger. So with that, to kind of wrap up, so asking council, unless there's no other discussion, to kind of confirm those 13 projects that were completed, confirm those projects to defer and cancel, and projects by others. Tentatively approved the 25 carryover projects for $8.8 million. That will be in the budget resolution, unless we hear otherwise, for next month. And tentatively approved the 16 new projects. That would also be in the budget resolution. What I'd like to do after this slide, or after some initial questions, we can go back and go through those 16 projects a little bit closer for discussion. Accept the 5-year CIP update and the funding distribution as demonstrated in the pie chart, and direct staff to present this list of projects to the Planning Commission. We're already on the agenda for May the 10th to make sure that it conforms to the general plan. So that's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and then we can maybe go back to the list of future projects.
Okay, Bob, thank you for the report. Are there any questions of Bob at this time by council members? I don't see any.
I guess I do have one quick one. The retaining wall out here, I thought Mayor Potter brought up a really good idea last time we spoke, and having the parking in lieu of fees pay for that retaining wall. Is that possible?
Somebody look into that. I was going to ask the same question. Yeah, well, it's the parking lot. I asked the same thing on the Sunset lot, too.
I don't, we'll look into the answer. We're supporting the building. We don't want the building to
fall into the parking lot.
But it would fall into the parking lot. Brandon's office would literally be.
Right now, there's no parking.
Right. Right now, there's no one. Right.
That's the nexus.
There was recently some case law, council, where a city was required to return some in lieu parking fees because they weren't, I think it was that they weren't used at all, but I'll work with Mr. Pierrick and we'll bring an answer back to you. Mr. Pierrick looked at this a couple of years ago now, but we'll dust it off and bring an answer back at your study session on the 16th.
All right. Any other questions? We'll open up to the public. Anybody in the public wishing to comment on the CIP plan? Anybody in Zoom land wanting to comment?
There's no hands raised. Oh, Scott Lonergan.
All right.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Good evening, I'm Scott Lonergan, a resident of Carmel, and on the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve Board, as well as a climate committee member. I wanted to speak just a couple items that are in that 5% spend on forest, parks, and beach, which I would argue is a very valuable 5% of our assets out there. First, I'd like to express support for item D of the maintenance projects titled MTNP tree removals. A good number of these trees are in the form of dense debris fields resulting from downed trees in the winter storms, which are causing a couple of issues. One, blocking trails and creating hazardous conditions as people skirt around and over these blocks. And then, importantly, two, these will become increasingly dangerous as fire fuel as the dense debris fields dry out. So I strongly support this MTNP tree removal item on the CIP. And then also I'd like to express support for carryover projects number 4 and 5, the coastal engineering study, phase 1, and project number 4 on the potential 23-24 list. I don't know if we've gone over that yet, but that's phase 2 of that coastal engineering study. And this study provides long-range perspective and planning for determining adaptation measures and LCP policy options, which is really a key element of our climate plan. And thank you very much for your consideration of these projects.
Thank you for your comments, Scott. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? All right, I don't hear or see anybody. Guys, bring it back to council for kind of comments, questions, direction. Council members?
I'll just add what I made the comments before we took the break is this just seems like an enormous number of projects and a huge amount of money, and I wish that we would somehow cut it back.
Well, the proposal before us tonight is to approve the projects as they're listed. So that's what's up for debate now. Karen?
Yeah, some of these projects have been waiting for a long time. A long time. We're making up for a long time. We're investing in our community. And if we don't do some of these projects, they will only become more and more expensive as they go along. And in fact, some of them could become actually dangerous. So while it is a big amount, we did stop doing projects for a couple years. So this is our opportunity to catch up, keep our community beautiful, but even more importantly, keep our community safe. And certainly there are lots of things in here that have been a long time waiting, so I am in support of that.
Okay, so the actions before us that they're confirm the completed projects, confirm cancellation and deferral of the 3 previously identified CIP projects, tentatively approve the budgets, tentatively approve 16 proposed projects to be included in the 23-24 capital budget, direct staff to present the proposed projects to Planning Commission on May 10th. Is that the desire of this body? So can I get a motion to that effect?
I'd make that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, Nola, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramo?
No.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, that moves us on then to our next item, which is the approval of discretionary grants. It's an annual process we go through when people come forward from the community to go ahead and make proposals for their desires for the discretionary money. I think we have $30,000 to spend. 9 projects have been approved, am I correct?
right. Just need a second. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item before you is to ask for direction on awarding discretionary grant funds for fiscal year 23-24. Just a brief background, Council adopted a policy in 2017 to develop criteria for local nonprofits or schools to apply for grant funds each year around the time that the annual budget is adopted. This year, we advertised in the month of March requesting applications. At the end of the deadline, we received 9 complete applications that met the eligibility criteria in the policy. So in your agenda packet and on the screen, we have the list of the 9 organizations that applied and met the criteria. So we have the Carmel Chamber Leadership Carmel Group, Carmel High Padre Parents for the Sober Grad Night, Carmel Youth Center, Carmel Residents Association, Monterey County Food Bank, Monterey Peninsula Ballet Theater, Monterey Symphony, Pacific Repertory Theater, and Carmel Cares. Each one of the applicants turned in a application with their supporting documents. These were reviewed by staff and found to meet the policy criteria. Each requested the maximum amount of $3,000 for a grand total of $27,000. There was one application that was not considered. It was from the Bunny Trail Rescue in Carmel Valley. That was because the application was incomplete. In summary, at the last council meeting, council approved allocating $30,000 in the fiscal year 23-24 budget to set aside for discretionary grants. So with that, I am asking for council to give consensus direction on how to award the grants for this upcoming year.
Any questions or no by council members?
Yes.
Jeff.
The text that you have here for the Carmel Residents Association, grant funds will be used to expand the production of the voice to the delivered to all P.O. boxes in the city. Is that what they said on their application?
Yeah.
Okay, so I support the grant, but P.O. boxes is not an adequate way to reach all the residents in the city. And you know, there, as I'm constantly reminded by all the residents that live on the other side of Santa Lucia, they don't have P.O. boxes at all. They have street mail addresses. There are also a number of people in town that use one of the mailing facilities, either in Monterey or especially one in the Crossroads and one in Mid-Valley. They also don't have P.O. boxes.
Okay.
So I would ask that that an effort other than the P.O. box method, just blanketing all the P.O. boxes, be made to reach everyone that lives in town, because there's a fair amount of consternation over that.
Okay.
I have a technical question about the youth center, since it's closed at the moment, and if we gave them the grant and we just hold on to it till they reopen and then they get the money, or how do we do something like that?
I suppose it's possible.
Do you have an answer, or would you like me to?
So usually with the grants, they have, they're not, the checks aren't given to the groups that receive or that are awarded until after the budget is adopted in June, then after an agreement is signed, and then the checks are mailed. That might not happen till August. So, and then they have until next June to spend it. And if they don't spend it, they can return the funds or not accept the funds. So with that, I'm not sure if that answers your question, because I think we're not sure when the CYC will open, but in the hopes that they will open in the next few months, then they would be able to use the funds by the time they're reopened, hopefully in August.
Thank you, Nova. That was very helpful.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Did you want to add anything on that?
Staff does a better job than I do all the time. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Anybody in the public want to speak to this item? Nobody in Zoom?
There's no hands raised on
All
Zoom.
right. Bring it back to council then for direction. Council members, your preference?
I would make the motion. I would make the motion to approve the list of discretionary grants listed in the agenda packet with the slight modifications to the CRA grant.
All right, we have a second?
I'll second.
A couple of seconds, all right.
Okay.
All right, Nova, could we call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Enthusiastically, yes. I like to give money away to good groups.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
All righty, let's move on then. We've got the next item, which is, where did my agenda go? So that's the, consider adoption of the, no, it's the letter of support for the California AB 953, Conley and Hart, which will develop a statewide voluntary vessel speed reduction and sustainable shipping program. This is interesting. Who's doing the presentation on this?
Maybe, sir, we can ask Councilmember Fleder to speak to it.
Yes, this came up at our last AMBAG meeting where Mr. Stedman requested letters of support from AMBAG members for this project. They've had a number of whale strikes and other things, so this is an effort to get ships to voluntarily slow down in the Monterey Bay Sanctuary. So he did ask for our support, and I said I would bring it forward to do that.
And for clarification, Dr. Stedman is the head of our Air Resources Control Board.
All righty, is there any questions regarding this? Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item? I don't think so. Okay, we'll move back then to council. Council, your preference? I'll move approval.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All righty, Nova?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All righty. Let's move on then to the urgency order 2023-004 regarding wood burning beach fires on Carmel Beach. Brandon, I believe this is your item.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Here for a quick item. We're talking about urgency ordinance 2023-004 regarding wood burning fires on Carmel Beach. Just a little background for you. As you know, in September of 22, there was a council meeting. I received a report on the beach fire management pilot program, which had been going for several years. The council ultimately voted to formalize new beach rules, allowing only user-supplied propane devices. The pilot program was extended at that time to May 15th of this year to keep the prohibition in place for wood fires being burnt on the beach. If that was not put in place, we would have reverted back to the city's municipal code, which allows wood burning fires to be placed anywhere on the beach, any time of year. So and then we came back to you in March with a draft version and received policy direction on an ordinance codifying that propane fire only device. Received that direction and are currently working on that right now. We were also given direction at that March meeting to return with an urgency ordinance to prevent reverting to that municipal code that I mentioned earlier, where beach fires would be allowed unfettered all over the beach. So as we are working on the ordinance to formalize our plan for propane only, it's just a reminder that it's a multi-step process. It requires a new coastal development permit, amending our municipal code, and also amending our local coastal program, which requires a trip to our friends at the Coastal Commission. So regulatory approvals, there's a lot of them along the way. Planning Commission, 2 stops at the City Council, and then visiting the Coastal Commission. So this urgency ordinance is meant to bridge the time that it's going to take to process that updated ordinance. Just as a reminder, the urgency ordinance mirrors what you saw previously during the policy direction. It's user-supplied propane devices only, allowed year-round, limits the hours between 10 p.m. and to not be allowed during between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., and located only south of 10th Avenue. There are findings included with the urgency ordinance. You can see them up on the screen here, the same ones we talked about last time in the draft policy discussion. It talks about the reason for the ordinance being in place and going to propane only being because of pollution for the Carmel Bay, increased wildfire risk, we are in a high fire hazard area, and safety hazards for beach walkers due to that debris. You have, it was emailed to you, there's a copy here in the chambers printed, it was added to the agenda. We did receive a letter from the Air District, Monterey Bay Air Resources District, recommending an additional finding in the urgency ordinance and also in the permanent ordinance. That additional finding would be with respect to the public health impacts from wood smoke. The letter which you received included a reference to EPA findings about health impacts. The council could decide to add that as a recital. Right now in the urgency ordinance, that is not in there. The council could, however, decide to add an additional recital, and the recitals, again, are really just your words saying why you're adopting an urgency ordinance. If you decide to do that, I took the liberty of taking a crack at a recital for you. You can see it up on the screen there. I'll read it. One potential recital could be, whereas based on a letter received from the Monterey Bay Area Air Resources District dated April 14th, 2023, emissions, pollutants, from wood smoke can cause coughing, wheezing, asthma attacks, heart attacks, and premature death, among other health effects. So that's quoted directly from the letter received from the Monterey Bay Air Resources District. So with that in mind, our recommendation is to request the city attorney to read the title of the urgency ordinance and a motion to waive further reading for that urgency ordinance. We would also appreciate direction on whether or not you would like to include that additional recital that we talked about. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Brandon. Are there any questions of Brandon by council members at this time? I don't see anybody. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight? Anybody here? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Lucinda Lloyd.
Lucinda Lloyd. Cindy, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Potter, members of the council, and staff, particularly Brandon. I noticed on the rationale for banning wood fires on the beach, we're all centered around people-oriented events, or at any rate. What I didn't notice, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but I would put it forward as perhaps it would be, is that we as a city are stewards of the unique white sand on Carmel Beach. And by doing so, it's incumbent upon us to protect the sand. And therefore, wood burning fires on the beach harms the sand, and the charcoal from the sand had practically obliterated the white sand when it was just full of charcoal. That's just a point. I don't know if that's pertinent here, but I thought I'd bring it up. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate the input. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? You know what? I'm gonna close
Ian
the
Martin.
Oops, sorry.
Sorry, Ian Martin.
Just to get like a broad overview of our village and its regulatory environment when it comes to wood smoke, perhaps somebody could answer the question about whether or not wood burning fireplaces in new homes have been banned yet.
All right, we'll take that question.
I'm not endorsing that happened. I'm just curious to know, because throughout the history of this debate, it's been we've been intensely focused on air quality from fires on the beach, and it seems to me that it's only focused on beach fires. So I am curious to know if this village has taken that step yet.
Okay, thank you, Ian. We'll get an answer to that question after I close the public comment period. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
There are no more
All right, I'll
comments.
close the public comment period. Brandon, one question to you regarding the status of other fires.
Thank you, Mayor. No, at this point, the city has not taken steps to ban wood burning fireplaces inside single-family dwellings. However, the Planning Commission has, over recent years, taken a position of not allowing outdoor wood burning fireplaces. They have asked folks to switch those on their plans to propane or natural gas burning outdoor fireplaces.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. All right, is there any other comments or questions by council members? Motion to approve then would be appropriate.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve
Well,
with,
excuse me, we'll need to request the city attorney to read the title.
go ahead.
Okay. That would be an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, amending City of Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code Section 17.20.200E, regulations incorporated from other titles, recreational fires on Carmel Beach.
Yes, and I would like to make a motion to approve with the addition of remarks about the health impacts.
And you, excuse me, and you'll need to add, and the motion would be to waive further reading of the ordinance as well.
And the motion will include waiving further reading of the ordinance.
And we have a second by Councilmember Richards, I believe.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? No, could we call a roll, please?
Councilmember Barron?
No.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All righty, that'll bring us on to our last order of business tonight, which is the Esperanza appeal. Consideration of an appeal by Esperanza Carmel, APP 23-031 of the Historic Resources Board's decision to, one, list the Northern California Savings and Loan Complex on the Carmel Inventory of Historic Resources and Carmel Register of Historic Resources, and two, issue a finding of noncompliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards for the relocation of the Northern California Savings and Loan Community Room located at the southeast corner of Dolores Street and 7th Avenue in the Service Commercial CSS zoning district. Yes. Okay, so let me tell you how I'm going to do this meeting. I'm going to go to Brandon for the presentation, and I'm going to go to the Brandon or Bob. Then I'm going to go to the applicant. I'll allow you 20 minutes for a presentation, 15 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for rebuttal, and we'll bring it back to the council for, we'll go to the public for comment, and we'll bring it back to council for direction and questions. You could have a rebuttal after public comment. Does that work? Nice. Okay. Yeah, no, no. Okay. Evan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, so the subject property is known as the Northern California Savings and Loan Complex. It's also been known as the 7th and Dolores site, as well as the Palo Alto Savings and Loan Complex. It was constructed in 1972 by architects Walter Birdie and William Shaw, both of whom are recognized in the city's historic context statement. The site is representative of the Bay Region modern style, which is also recognized in the city's historic context statement. The site is comprised of lots 2, 4, 6, and 8 at the southeast corner of 7th and Dolores. Lots 2 and 4 are under one ownership group. Lots 6 and 8 are under a separate ownership group. So as you all know, the site has had some history between the HRB and the City Council. Some key dates are highlighted in red. On May 17th, 2021, the Historic Resources Board adopted a finding of noncompliance, finding the demolition of the community room inconsistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards. That decision was appealed to the City Council on considered on August 3rd, 2021. City Council denied the appeal and upheld the HRB's findings. January 23rd of this year, the Historic Resources Board listed the property on the city's historic inventory and adopted a finding of noncompliance for the relocation of the community room, and that decision is the subject of today's appeal. So the proposed project that was being considered is the relocation of the community room from the south side of the bank building to the east side. So as a de novo hearing, the council is effectively acting in the same capacity as the Historic Resources Board would. And as part of the project, 2 evaluations were prepared, a Phase 1 evaluation and a Phase 2 evaluation. Phase 1 evaluation basically evaluates whether the site is eligible for the Carmel inventory, and a Phase 2 evaluation effectively evaluates whether a project is consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards. So the code outlines how to determine if a property is eligible for the Carmel inventory. A property should be representative of at least one theme included in the Carmel historic context statement. The Phase 1 evaluation concluded that it is representative of the theme of architectural development, shall retain substantial integrity. Phase 1 evaluation concluded that it retains all 7 aspects of integrity as defined in National Register Bulletin 15. Should be a minimum of 50 years old. The site is 50 years old. And shall meet at least one of the following 4 criteria for listing as a primary or local resource. And the Phase 1 evaluation concluded that it meets criteria 3, as it was designed by an architect who has contributed to the unique sense of time, place, and is recognized in the historic context statement, as well as being a good example of an architectural style listed as significant in the context statement. The second evaluation that was prepared was for a determination of consistency, which is required for all major alterations to historic resources. Those reports are required to be prepared by a qualified professional. This was prepared by past consultants who also prepared the Phase 1 evaluation. In summary, it found that the project was not consistent with the Secretary's standards as it conflicted with standards 2, 5, 9, and 10. So the HRB ended up adopting the 2 resolutions, and those 2 resolutions were appealed by Esperanza Carmel Commercial LLC. So staff is recommending that the council deny the appeal, as the appeals are without merit, as they fail to address why either the actions taken by the HRB are incorrect or should be overturned based on factual evidence that was applicable to the appeal, or applicable to the decisions being made at the subject hearing. So the appellant has stated that the subject property was purchased in June of 2020 on the premise that the community room would not be treated as historic. However, prior to the purchase of the property, the appellant was informed that the entire complex was eligible for listing on the California Register of Historic Resources and would be subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. And then also that the conclusions of the addendum report that was prepared would need to be reviewed by the Historic Resources Board. The appellant has also stated that they were encouraged both the day of the City Council hearing on August 3rd, 2021, that was for the first appeal, that they should explore relocating the community room. However, in review of that hearing, the video from the hearing, there was no discussion of relocating the building. The appellant has also stated that they are aggrieved at the length that the process has taken, and also are aggrieved that in the time it's taken to process the application, the building is now eligible for listing on the inventory. However, the city has not imposed any delays. It's just been processed consistent with standard practices as outlined in the municipal code. Also included were additional attachments for staff reports from an April 19th, 2021 Historic Resources Board meeting. The HRB did not agree with the conclusions of these reports and adopted a finding of noncompliance. This decision has already been appealed to the City Council, who upheld the HRB's decision and adopted a resolution denying the appeal. So following the publication of the staff report, a memorandum was submitted. The memo included an evaluation prepared by Dr. Anthony Kirk, which concludes that the project will have no effect of the significance of the Northern California Savings and Loan Building. However, the relocation was found to be not consistent with the Secretary's standards as stated in that report, as it conflicts with standards number 1 and 2, as you can see highlighted on the right side. Also in the evaluation, or the memo, there's no discussion, written objection, or analysis to listing the site on the local inventory, and the evaluation even states that the site will remain eligible for the California Register of Historic Resources, even if the community room is moved. So listed are alternatives. To save time, if you want to explore alternatives, we can come back to this. And then here are the recommendations. And that concludes my presentation.
Evan, well done. Are there any questions, Evan, by council members at this time? I don't see anybody. Is there a representative of the applicant present? Sir, could you step forward? How long would you need for your presentation?
I'm going to endeavor to get in under 15 minutes, given that this
We'll
has
give
been
you
a
20,
long
okay? You can use the 15, and then you get 5 for rebuttal
I appreciate
if you
that.
need it.
Given this is the last one, I'll endeavor to blow through this. And thanks to Evan for his exhaustive background. That'll help me slide through some of these a little quicker. My name is Logan Opsahl on behalf of Esperanza Carmel. Want to touch on a few of the items discussed in staff's presentation, and we'll take these in stride. This is the community room. We're here today on appealing the 2 resolutions as described by staff, listing the property within the Carmel inventory and, of course, the denial of the relocation for inconsistency with the Secretary of Interior's standards. For purposes of this presentation, I'll just call those the Secretary's standards. We went through the aerial showing the 2 ownership entities. The one that Esperanza Carmel owns is lot 6 and 8, so that includes the community room. It's about a 600 square foot structure on lot 6 and a parking lot. So what's not being proposed is any change to the 7th and Dolores restaurant, which is the historic savings and loan building. Any effect to that is either non-existent or de minimis in a request to relocate the community room to the same portion of the property. But touching briefly on the community room, it was significantly remodeled in 1978, which removed those original windows that were designed by the architects Bird and Shaw. A section of the wall was removed, and the entire wall surrounding the community area was shortened. So there were some significant alterations previously made to this building, which always was anticipated to be a secondary ancillary structure, and that's spelled out in 3 separate analyses from consultants hired by by city staff, by the city, as well as our expert, Dr. Anthony Kirk. Going through these again on the background of the community room itself, like I said, 600 square feet or so, standalone building. We'll touch on these items again. I'll circle back to these. But what has been concluded previously by consultants of the city and our own is that the savings and loan building has architectural significance with this ancillary building, and it has architectural significance without this 600 square foot building. Meaning that as a standalone structure, the spatial relationship that's discussed in the most recent analysis, phase 2 evaluation, is really not applicable here because it was never designed at its inception to be have architectural significance at the height in which that the savings and loan building does, and that's also spelled out in previous reports given to the city. These are just additional site modifications to the complex itself. It's a lengthy list. I just wanted to give you a feel for the things that have changed over time. I'm not going to go through them for the sake of time, but I'm happy to if you'd like. We've seen this aerial from Evan, so I will go past this as well. You heard me say no changes are being proposed to the savings and loan building. The architectural and historical significance of that building will remain. And on that note, we've gone through the criteria for listing on the Carmel inventory. It does seem that the missing component there over time from the procedural history of the original listing and then the appeal, which was granted so that it was not going to be listed on the Carmel inventory, is around that 50-year mark. The complex did turn 50 years old in October of last year, so that does seem to be why it's rising back to that level. Again, from past city staff recommendations and evaluations, phase 2 evaluations, of which there were 3 for various requests and presentations before the HRB and this body. Community room is ancillary. Any architectural significance is predicated to they call it the bank, the savings and loan building, and not the community room. So the project. The applicant, the appellant, is seeking to relocate this community room to another portion of the property. As the crow flies, it's about 70 feet. So we're proposing moving this building, which there's some disconnect over whether we think it's architecturally and historically significant, given its standalone structure and, of course, its location in the parking lot. But we want to make sure we're complying with the standards both from the state and the city to move it to on another portion of the property, again, approximately just 70 feet. So we talked about the appeal being filed. This is where I talked about the community room. I put 51. I was corrected that the building turned 50 in October of 22. So those are the criteria. Again, it does appear to be shifting around that 50-year marks. So specifically, and this goes to the second resolution, and I want to focus on this one because previously we've come before the HRB for a demolition of the community room. And at that time, a phase 2 evaluation was prepared by a city consultant that said, yes, it's not historically significant, it's not architecturally significant for the reasons that I outlined and additional reasons, and for that reason it can be removed and demolished. Following the decision of the HRB, and there's some disagreement there, and that's fine. We want to relocate the building in light of the priorities and the different matters that were brought to the appellant's attention, and we want to work collaboratively with the city and with the folks that we've heard from in the past. I'm sure we'll hear from tonight. We'll move that. We've actually, for what it's worth and functionally speaking, from the owner-operator of the 7th and Dolores Hotel, the Savings and Loan Historic Building, is really in favor of the relocation of this community room because he thinks, again, from a functional perspective, it can start to add some significance to this building. Right now, it's in the parking lot. And to be able to rejoin it as part of the overall complex, I think will provide for that spatial relationship, which our experts and previous consultants from the city have agreed is not there today, but might be able to be there with the relocation to 70 feet from where it is today. So focusing on these standards, there's a lot of overlap here, so I'm going to kind of blow through these, and this is the back half of my presentation, and it's the SOI standards. The most recent phase 2 evaluation presented to the city said that we've had some inconsistencies with these, and so I want to just touch on them. One is the character of the property, and a lot of this is going to be recapped from what I've said before, and our experts and past experts have said there's not architectural historical significance, and the relocation of the building to just another portion of the property won't have an effect on the architectural and historical significance of the Savings and Loan Building. Standard 5 relates to the distinctive materials and features. Again, the windows, the original windows designs by Bird & Shaw were replaced in 1978, so those distinctive materials are already gone. There's no distinctive materials or finishes left, and you've heard me talk about the wall and the removal of some and the reduction of the size. But nonetheless, there has been a written protection and monitoring plan provided to the city, and there will continue to be one moving forward for the relocation of this building to make sure that we are showing the city, giving them the information that we are consistent with those SOI standards. And 9 is to the alterations. So you can see how all of these are somewhat related. The alteration being the relocation of the community room. Well, the community room, the garden wall, and the windows aren't historically significant for the reasons already outlined. It's not character defining, and I think that it was always designed that way at its inception, it being a secondary ancillary structure. Yes, the architectural significance was placed on the Savings and Loan Building. This was supposed to be utilized as a community room, perhaps a art display area. It has not been utilized that. I believe from looking back from our consultant, it was used as a photo studio once maybe in the past, but it's underutilized. So the staff has previously concluded that the community room is not architecturally significant for those reasons. And 10. 10 is not really applicable here because we're not proposing new construction. It's just the simple relocation of the community room to another portion of the property. And again, all care is going to be taken for that relocation, and a written protection plan will be provided to the city to move this building. Again, there is some disconnect here over whether it's architecturally significant. We have consultants and 3, now 4 Phase 2 evaluations that support this, both from a demolition standpoint to now hearing the concerns and working with the city. Simple relocation 70 feet on another portion of the property. So this is on the staff report. I'm going to go through this because Evan kind of hit this, but these were the three things that came up in the past analysis, and that was the primary character defining. The community room, this is from, so I'm going to list the conflicting analysis. The underline is what was presented to you in this most recent evaluation. What's italicized below it is past phase 2 evaluations. So this character defining idea of the community room. Well, it's a minor part of the overall project. It was secondary and ancillary. This idea of a spatial relationship. As a standalone building, it doesn't realize the intentions reflected in the bank's design, and that goes to the architect's intentions itself, as reflected in the phase 2 evaluation. And finally, yes, the architect's, the Bird-Shaw design. And this, I think, is important. And it said, and the past phase 2 evaluation said that the bank and the savings and loan building is vastly superior example of Bird and Shaw's work on many different levels. And that same report concluded that yes, if nothing happens to the community room, the savings and loan building has architectural and historical significance. And even if it was demolished, it would not affect that architectural and historical significance. But here today, we're proposing a relocation which would preserve any architectural significance there, which there is some disconnect from the consultants. Now the request. It's a bit odd. The request is, one, we have some disagreements as to the first resolution, but really I just want to get right to it because there's a long procedural history and there's conflicting reports and evaluations, but the request is quite simple. Procedurally, what's being requested from this body today is to move forward with a new phase 2 evaluation showing a consistency with the SOI standards to relocate a 600 square foot building, which has been largely altered, to move 70 feet on the same property. That's the request for today. I'm going to yield the rest of my time so we can save a little bit, but we do have representatives of the owner-developer here, as well as the architect on Zoom, and the consultant which prepared our evaluation for you today. So with that, I will step aside and happy to answer any questions on the back end.
Thank you, Logan. Appreciate it. All right, we'll open it up to the public. Was there any questions of staff by council members at this point? I don't see any. Okay, we'll go to the public. If members of the public wish to speak to this project, please come forward, state your name for the record. There's a 3-minute limitation of testimony.
Carol Hall, Mayor, council members, staff. I'm on the Historic Resources Board. I was there when one of the votes was taken, and I want to enlighten you as to what actually happened. Twice now in public meetings, 2 members of the Historic Resources Board have addressed the vote by the HRB regarding the historic standing of the Savings and Loan Annex, the community room, and no acknowledgement, let alone action to correct the issue has occurred. So let me explain what I'm talking about. In fact, the vote by the HRB was not unanimously in favor of historic status for the annex or the community room. What happened, and this is on video, and I was there, was that the 4 members of the HRB were told before the vote that an abstention would count as a no vote. Consequently, 2 members voted in favor of historic standing, 1 voted against, and 1 abstained, thinking it was a no vote. We assumed that the annex was not approved as historic in accordance with what we were told. Within 2 days, we were informed via email that an abstention actually meant a yes vote, so that the annex was approved, followed by apologies for the misinformation. No subsequent vote was taken to correct the misunderstanding. If you follow my argument, the annex was not deemed historic at the time of the HRB vote. It then follows that the annex could be demolished or relocated to make way for the new project. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Anybody else wishing to speak today?
My name is Polly Osborne. I'm currently the president of the American Institute of Architects Monterey Bay chapter. We oppose moving or demolishing the annex. This was the last commercial work that Bertie and Shaw did together. We feel it's significant and the relationship of the buildings is important. And so we oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Don't be shy.
My name is Richard Janik. I'm the president of MARA, the Monterey Area Architectural Resources Archive. Going back to 50 years ago when I first came up here from Los Angeles and started teaching at MPC on developing the art history and architectural history programs there. My colleague Ken Seavey, who will speak, we came together in 1974, and in 1976 we produced an exhibition and a catalog on the architecture of the Monterey Peninsula that won a National Trust Award for the bicentennial from the Society of Architectural Historians and from the National Trust. In that publication, in which we covered the architectural history, we're the first people to do that on the entire Monterey Peninsula. We started with the missions and carried it all the way up into the contemporary world at that time, and featured local architectural firms, including Hall and Goodhue and stuff, and Will Shaw and Associates with Walter Bertie. And in that document, 3 buildings stand out. The Shell Station, which became a model for all Shell stations around the country at 5th and San Carlos, which is still in existence. The Northern California Savings and Loan Building, which had been renamed at that time, and Lobos Lodge, which Will was involved as well. Okay, those things were documented. In 1978, I produced for the city, under the city manager at that time, Jack Collins, the very first, basically, listing of significant buildings for the city of Carmel. And in that summer, and presented that in 1979. And, of course, the Bertie Building is a street-owned, and I should say the Bertie Shaw Building was included in that. In 2000 to 2003, Ken Seavey and I reproduced a further update on that, and that building was included. And it's in part of a style that Seth Bergstein has just done in a modern context statement, which exists all over the Monterey Peninsula and Carmel, called the Bay Area Tradition, which goes back to 1949, when it was a major show at the City Hall Art Gallery, which was the Monterey, which was that time the San Francisco Museum of Art, and it was on what was called modern architecture, and that man named Louis Mumford from the New Yorker coined the term Bay Area Tradition. Okay, published in that book is the Nelson Knoll House at 9th and Scenic, done by William Wilson Worcester. And that house is in there. Albert Henry Hill's first house, which used to be at 7th and Camino Real and disappeared in the late 80s, was included in that exhibition. Charles Willard Moore's work, one of the great architects of the mid-20th century in the Bay tradition. All of his early houses are here in Monterey, and there's one here in Carmel, the Saddleback House.
Sir,
Numerous
your time has expired.
architects.
If you'd summarize, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, okay, but just basically, this is an historic building. It's just one other brief thing. Back in the 1960s, a man named Bob Littlefield designed down in Monterey, the Monterey Savings and Loan. There was an old hotel next door to it, the Mission Inn. He was going to have it. They said, "Oh yeah, you can put a parking place." He discovered the Estrada Adobe,
Wrap it up.
restored it, and turned it into a community room that was used and still was used by all of our local people
Thank you,
and
sir.
stuff over the years for conferences. That's what savings and loans did. So
That's
this
great.
community
Thank you,
room
sir.
is
You're
not
done.
just some odd thing. It was part of the original design. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yeah, we're going to close the public comment? I didn't think so.
Mayor and Councilman, I'm Don Goodhue, architect, 60-year resident of Carmel, and former member of the Planning Commission. I'm dumbfounded at what I heard the appellants say. The premise seems to be that there are two buildings here. There are not two buildings here. There's one building, a very careful, deliberate composition of parallel roof lines, receding and forwarding volumes. The community room completes that by bringing the complex down to the pedestrian level. It's an essential part, essential for Carmel, and it's essential to the completeness of the design. You can't talk about this as a separate building. It is not. It is an integral, very important part of the savings and loan. I think the staff report is very well covers the matter. I think you'll find the architectural community on the peninsula almost unanimously supports this. You have a letter in your file from the chapter of architects, and it was unanimous. All of the directors at that time voted to preserve this building and not change it. At any rate, I hope you will follow the recommendation of your HRB, which you very carefully considered, and save this building from desecration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Kent Seavey. I represent MARA, Monterey Area Architectural Resource Archive. We are a 501c3. Our job is to protect the history of architecture in the Monterey region. I'll be the 3 Bs: be clear, be concise, and be gone. The subject property is one of the best commercial designs by former architectural partners Walter Bertie and Will Shaw. It is also their last commercial design. In preservation parlance, first, best, last are terribly important. As Mr. Goodhue indicated, that is an integral part. The section that was being discussed, integral to part of the design. And let me tell you about that design. The pebble textured exterior wall of the community room is of high artistic quality, executed by master craftsman Brad Bowman, whose design physically integrates the wall into the sidewalk as part of Carmel's historic community aesthetic. Please, don't break that connection.
Thank you, Mr. Seavey. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Last call. Anybody in the Zoom world?
Yeah. Ian Martin.
Ian Martin, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Potter and members of council. My name is Ian Martin. I'm a full-time resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea and a former planning commissioner. I'm here to urge you to save the integrity of the 7th and Dolores building by denying this appeal. We want to save this building in its entirety because it is a fantastic architectural work that reflects the skill and creativity of 2 of the Monterey Peninsula's most important and influential architects, Will Shaw and Walter Bertie. 7th and Dolores enhances our downtown and is an important part of our village's rich architectural history that descends all the way back to the Carmel mission. The community room and its placement is an essential part of the 7th and Dolores building and is no postscript or afterthought. Rather, it was designed and built at the same time as the main building. It is therefore integral to the original vision of the architects. To say otherwise is simply uninformed or perhaps disingenuous. The large mass of the main building and the smaller mass of the community room visually echo one another. Together, they make a sophisticated composition which will be thrown out of balance by relocating the community room. The 7th and Dolores building is a work of art that needs to be preserved as a whole in keeping with its original architectural vision. So please, protect our village's history and architectural legacy and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Cindy Lloyd?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Potter, members of the council and city staff. I could not be more eloquent than Ian, than Don, than Kent, and Rich. They have completely outlined all the reasons and the rationale for keeping the community room part of the entirety of that project. I was alive, I'm a native of Carmel, and I was alive when the project was done. I did work for Walter Bertie at one time, and during that time, I met Brad Bowman and became very interested in his artistic use of concrete. He's documented as a master of that particular style. And Kent pointed out something that I was going to point out, but when you go to the community building wall, as you walk north on Dolores, and you look at the pebbles and you begin to see that they are echoed in the sidewalk. That was deliberate. The community room was built as part of the savings and loan building. It was not just an add-on. I encourage you to deny the appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else, Nova?
There are no other hands raised.
Is there anybody in the room here who still wants to speak? Let's see, but I'll close the public comment period. Logan, you have an opportunity to reply.
I would like to speak.
Who are you?
Anthony Kirk.
Okay, Anthony.
Hello. I was retained by Ryan Eshelman, who is the development director of Esperanza Carmel, to review all relevant documents relating to the buildings at the corner of 7th and Carmel. And I would like to make a couple of brief comments. First, almost everyone who makes mention of this building refers to it as a bank. It was never a bank. It was always a savings and loan. There are significant differences between a bank and a savings and loan, and I'm sure you're aware of that. Secondly, the building is part of the Bay Area tradition. It's not the Bay Area style. As David Gebhardt, who was on my doctoral committee at UC Santa Barbara, said, that was composed of 3 expressive phases, and the Northern California savings was built in the 3rd phase. More confusing by far, at least as far as I'm concerned, is the question of whether the relocation of the community room, which was constructed at the same time as the savings and loan, will have any significance whatsoever. May Clovis, who wrote 3 evaluations of the complex, said that the community room was by far an inferior building to the savings and loan, that architecturally was completely insignificant. As such, I see no reason why it could not be moved within the same complex. I think actually in some ways would make it easier for the current occupant who runs a restaurant to make the restaurant run better by having it closer to the kitchen. As we know, the building is not consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards, but essentially that makes no difference whatsoever. By moving the room, it will have no significance on the former Northern California Savings and Loan. The original building will remain eligible for listing in the California Register of Historical Resources, which is very important because, as May Clovis said, the community room was significantly inferior in every way, particularly architecturally, to to the savings and loan. As such, the proposed project to move a building that did not play a role in the operation of the savings and loan at all, it was open at different hours, was open at night sometimes was open during the day, will have no significant level of impact on what is clearly a historic resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate your testimony. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Last call. Ready to close the public comment period, bring it back. Logan, you have an opportunity to rebut if you'd like.
Sure, thank you, and I hope not to use all the 5 minutes. But there was some discussion, and thank you to everyone that spoke. I mean, it's what makes Carmel-by-the-Sea special is their passion for the architecture, so thank you. But there was a discussion of two buildings and whether they're wrapped together. Well, they're clearly different buildings. We've heard comments that we refer to as an annex. So of course it's a separate use, both architecturally and functionally. It was never part of the operation of the savings and loan building, and it was designed differently. We know this from 3 separate evaluations that it is architecturally insignificant. So to say uniformly that everyone agrees it's the same, there's clearly some disconnect there from the city's own consultants. Also, I respect Mr. Martin's opinions and input, and really I'm not the one saying that there's no architectural significance. It's the city's consultants that have said that. We heard about the Bay Area tradition as to style, and lastly, the savings and loan building will remain. Any architectural significance that is perceived by the residents will continue to enjoy it. We are relocating this building 70 feet on the same property. And I know there has been some disagreements from the evaluations, from folks you've heard from tonight. But again, procedurally, what's before you today is the opportunity to say, okay, we'll grant this appeal, and we'll allow for a new evaluation to be considered by this body. And that's our request for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. I appreciate it. All right, that concludes the public portion and the presentations by both our staff and the appellant. Bring it back to council for direction. Council members, your druthers.
I'll start. First, thank you everyone who spoke, and I appreciate all of your comments. As you all know, I support historic preservation and feel very strongly about it. I do respect the original architect's vision and respect the relationship of the buildings. I do feel it's important and integral. I would say that I would deny both appeals and uphold the HRB decision. I just wanted to also thank Mr. Seavey and Mr. Janik. I don't know if I'll ever get you both in the same room together, but all of your historic reports have been so valuable through the years, and you've just done so much for our community. I want to thank you for that, and I've used and read so many of your reports for the books that I've written, so thank you for your work, and thank you again for everyone and all the architects who spoke.
All right, it felt like a motion, but perhaps we should have council read the actual direction of the motion. It's a two-step process, I believe. Am I not right?
Yes, I think what we can do is just say, let's do two motions. The first motion will be to adopt recommendation number 1 of the staff report.
All right. Is that your motion?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't have the paperwork in front of me. Yeah, I don't have it in front of me.
You don't need to read the entire text.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Got it. Thank you, Jeff. Adopt Resolution 2023-051, denying the appeal by Esperanza Carmel and upholding the Historic Resources Board decision to list the Northern California Savings and Loan Complex on the Carmel Inventory of Historic Resources and Carmel Register of Historic Resources, located on the southeast corner of Dolores Street and 7th Avenue in the Service Commercial Zoning District.
Thank you. With motion, do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
All right. Anybody want to speak to the motion? All right. I think it speaks for itself, actually. I want to commend Logan on your professionalism, sir. You were took a high road. Appreciate that. Thank you. And to the public, a good job of representing and articulating the values of this community architecturally. Well said. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All those that looks like we could have a roll call.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, then we have a second resolution.
Should I go ahead with that too? To adopt Resolution 2023-052, denying the appeal by Esperanza Carmel and upholding the Historic Resources Board decision to issue a finding of non-compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards for the relocation of the Northern California Savings and Loan Complex Community Room.
Motion, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, is there any other discussion?
Yes, I'd like to speak to this part.
Certainly.
Thank you. I think that this notion, and with respect, again, I share Dave's, the mayor's respect for your professionalism and coming, but I disagree that, I disagree with the notion that two buildings that are connected, such as these, can be separated and one part can be moved. And I'm struck by, you know, we have some historic houses in town, and in the past, when we have allowed modifications or enlargements to historic houses, we have generally required the houses to be pulled forward to the front of the lot and the modifications done to the back to avoid sort of the alteration of the look and feel of the house. So we've made a concession, we've made the concession that way. And I think what's being requested here, you know, as far as I can tell, what's being requested here is the movement, not only the disruption of the relationship between the larger building and the smaller community room, but also the movement of the community room to the back of the lot. And it seems that that's generally exactly how we don't approach historic buildings in town. And it would make, you know, even if the building is historic, it would, you know, shade the building away from public view altogether. So I find it, yeah, so I'll be supporting the motion.
Then, is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I would just like to say that it's disappointing to think that moving this building would be appropriate. It's almost like relegating it to being a shed at the back of the property, and that would be a travesty, I believe. It gives the building space, the building that it's attached to and was built to support, so thank you.
Ready, we have a motion with a second.
Okay.
Nova, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jerimoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All righty. That completes the work of this evening. I want to thank you all for your patience, your professionalism, your understanding of the process. I'm sorry that we had so much public comment, but actually I'm not sorry. I'm glad that's the nature of this community. When something matters, we get out and speak out about it, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We stand adjourned. We don't need any more future agenda items.